Whispers in the cafe, voices in the hay. Yeah. Shadows creeping, truth ain't sleeping. Whispers loud, no room for doubt. Chains rattling, hearts unraveling behind the veil where stories shout. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors, chasing what's right. Coffee stains on broken dreams, unfiltered tales bursting at seams. Jewelers juggling, cane bees grind, outcasts rising, justice to find. In the Bronx tale where the stories weave, in the indie zone where hearts believe. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors, chasing what's right. Birdies chirp in the morning haze. Lucy's thoughts in a convict's maze. Pavarotti echoes a haunting serenade through docket decoders. The truth won't fade. The truth won't fade. Yo, drop the guitars, truth moderators in the mix. Heavy bass hit your chest like a ton of bricks. Brandy B. Christie with the Nevada glow. Seahawks fan, tomboy charm, let the rhythm flow. Mama Bear vibes, Molly Dreck in the den. SRB Zelda casting spells with her pen. Sassy Cassie, Rachel, Lucia, Jay in the booth. Wrench, wrecking crew, they the moderators of truth. True blue crew, wrench in the game. Breaking all the rules, never staying the same. Moonlit baby, typically unique. Fizzy cake rise and let the truth speak. Cat K, Meg P, Leah story unfolds. Bonnie Bailey, Lucy Morningstar, bold. From the shadows to the stage, they spark the flame. Each line they drop redefines the name. Randy Fur with the claws, cutting through the noise. True blue crew, real talk, no decoys. Sassy but savage, the truth they pursue. Wrench, record, griff, it's what they do. Moonlit skies, truths collide. Shatter illusions, no place to hide. Typically unique, fizzy cake sweet. Steady on the grind, never taste defeat. Steady on the grind, never taste defeat. echo shadows long. Daggers Cafe, where the beats feel wrong. Transparency burns like a knife. Justice clawing through the strife. Unfiltered, lucky truth unleashed. Voices raw, sharp teeth unsheathed. Morning stars burn in the darkest peace. We don't back down, we don't appease. 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 Pavarotti screams over metal grind. Custody queens break the bind. Seeking justice, truth unkind. Kathy's in his own state of mind.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, folks. We are open for business. Come on in and grab a seat. And it's great to see you all here today with us again. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're all having an amazing weekend. Happy Saturday to all of you guys. We are having a wide open discussion today. We're going to catch up, Q&A, whatever you want to talk about. Ask me some questions. I'll give you some answers if I can, and vice versa, whatever it be. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure if you do come on in here, you hit that like button on your way through the door. Kick it, lick it, punch it, whatever you got to do, but make sure you hit it. Share this out and let everybody know what we're doing. If you will, please, and thank you. That being said, you know what comes next. Let's do this thing.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the Truecrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the Truecrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the Truecrime Cafe,
All right, all right. Oh, welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. Happy Saturday. Wake up, guys. The cafe is open for business. Come on in. Grab a seat. Make yourselves at home. Mi casa, su casa. You know how that goes. Come on down. Again, guys, wide open discussion today. We're going to catch up in the world of true crime and some aspects or whatever we get into. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to talk to y'all. That's it. Period. Point blank. End of story. So come on in and please get comfortable. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Hit that like button if you will. Let's do this thing. Let's see who we got in here joining us today. Miss Tandy's in the house, the Seahawks fan. So grateful to see her today. Reality with Miss Krista Marie in the house as well. Welcome back to you, Krista. Great to see you, sis. Robert's in the house. Good to see you, Robert. True Crime Unleashed. Hemisphere, welcome back to you, brother. Good to see you today as well. CJAG 1K600, welcome back to you. Moto Man, what's up, Moto Man? Good to see you. Good to have you here. As always. Oh, you don't bug me, Miss Tandy. You don't bug me at all. I love you guys to death. New Mexico 444, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Let's see here. The cat's meow, 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 meow. Good to see you. It is not snowing today, thank the Lord. Great to see you. True Justice with Anna D. Welcome back, Miss Anna. Good to see you. Mittens for Kittens. Always happy to see you. In Stitches is in the house. Miss Teresa, welcome back to you. Michelle Cardwell, welcome as well. Great to see you all today. And of course, the one and only Tomboy Charms in the house. Great to see you, Tomboy. Thanks for joining us. CZ, welcome back to you. Sally Shepherdson. RJ's in the house. What's up, brother? Miss Sarah D. Irish. Doing great things over there. Miss Sarah has been putting together that great. I need another copy of that. It's truly the updated version of that. I truly do. Sally Shepherdson, again, good to see you. High snow in Iowa. Any snow in Ohio? We had our snow the other day. Good luck with that snow, Miss Sally. I hope you don't have too much. Roberto. Miss Dory keeps on swimming. Come on in here, Miss Dory. Wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Let me see, make sure I'm not missing anybody. Terry Martin. Hello, Miss Terry. Good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving as well. I'm drinking my Snickers coffee, guys. I'm telling you what, this is actually pretty good. I didn't know if I'd like that, but I love it. Hell, for the price she paid for it, I don't care what it was. It could be made out of bugs, and I'd probably like it at this point. You are absolutely fine, Miss Dory. It's never bugging me, never bothering me. I love you guys, every one of you guys, truly. And I want to know and hear everything you guys have to say. Hola, 6443. Hello and welcome. Shut my mouth. Shut my mouth. What you saying? Come on now. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, if you will. We got 45 beautiful peeps in here, guys. 19 likes. Let's see if we can make that match and get this up into an algorithm today if we can, please and thank you. Believe this or not, you guys, I'm already tired of Thanksgiving food. Too much. I'm done. Always leftovers, and I went and made myself a Totino's pizza. How about that? Shame on me, I know. Shame on me. I know Tanny said she couldn't find that deal. I wonder if this was just in Ohio at some certain stores or something, because she said she didn't even see it in their flyer and walked past and saw it, so she grabbed it. Maybe it was a misprint. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be. I don't care because I got the copy out of it, so that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Because, she'll go through the ads and see what stores are having, what sells, so on and so forth. And it wasn't in their ad. And they just happened to fall onto it. My son saw it and was like, you might want to grab that. Dad likes his coffee for $6 and you get 50 pods. Shit. And they're not bad. They're actually really good. If I use the sugar-free powdered creamers because I like foofy coffee, I don't do the black stuff anymore like I did back in the day. Yeah, but somebody would drink it, Tandy. For that price, it's worth it. I know YouTube changed all the names again, you guys, on everybody. You have to go back to your handle or whatever it's called, and it sucks because I'm trying to get reused to this too. I don't know why they did it. I don't know. I was going to have Devil's Advocate on today, but because of my holiday stuff, I didn't get to do it. I feel bad because I kind of left Lee out to dry, hanging out to dry, because I had so much going on. I didn't get to get back to him, but it looks like we're going to go towards Monday. Let's see here. I'm going to try to go for Monday for Lee from Devil's Advocate to have him jump on over here with us. If you guys should be into that one. Oh, Miss Krista in the house. Having her Dagoversary today. 5 months. Me thinks it's longer too. Me do. Me thinks. Too fast for please in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And congratulations, Miss Krista. Thank you for being part of this community, hon. We love you. We appreciate you. And we love having you in the family. Gotta love my Schitt's Creek giant coffee mug. Great to see you guys. 57 beautiful peeps in the house. 24 likes. Make sure to hit that like button, guys, on your way in the door, please. And thank you. Come on in. Come on in. You come in. Hemisphere comes in peas. I got one tree up. Oh, there's Miss Leah. I missed you, dear. Good to see you. We got one tree up. I got to get this mess of my toys cleaned up here, and we're going to put the other tree right here, and you guys will be able to see that one like we do every year. One of them's it's littler than it was last year because the other one died. Y'all, have you ever seen a fake tree die? Ever? Something happened. It was old, though, guys. It was old. We had that since my kids were babies. True Justice with Anna D. I did change my channel name, wanted it a little bit shorter. No worries. No, I see that. And that makes sense. It sounds good, Anna. I love it. Yeah, so the fake tree that I had back here last year was a big 8-foot bushy, I can't remember what kind of, blue spruce, I think. Kim Bonnier, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us, Kim. So last year we put it up and it was a couple of needles fell off, right? Okay, it's old. So then, and I didn't realize because there's a vent. I have baseboard heating back here because this was an addition. There's a vent over here. Maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. I think I freeze dried the damn tree or some shit. So we went to take it down and all the needles fell off, just like in a Charlie Brown cartoon, folks. And I went, okay, so the tree died. We had to throw it away. And we got this other little tiny 6-footer, which is fine for back here. We have the big one up front. I'll take a picture and show you guys what that one looks like. It's gorgeous. My wife does the white lights and all the country looking decorations. It's beautiful. I always take a picture of it and show you guys. And then I'll have this one set up here relatively soon, and you guys will be able to see that one too. Give you a little ambiance to look at. Wade Bird, welcome to you. Beach Babe, good to see you as well. And Hemisphere, joining me up here today. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing good, Dago. How are you doing?
I'm upright and breathing. I'm happy. I can't complain. And I'm spending my time with my favorite people, all of you all. So great to be here with you.
Well, that's awesome.
I got to be careful. So Meg, don't tell me I'm too happy again if she shows up in here. Yesterday, she said, Jago's too happy. Well, it's good that you guys see that, not the other side of me, because my mods have seen the other side of me, and that's not, I don't want you to ever see that. The unhappy version of me is the nice version of me.
I've always wanted a real Christmas tree. I always get settled for these artificial trees.
We used to, here's the problem with that, bro. We used to, when I was a kid, we always had real trees. We would go cut them down, the whole Clark Griswold family Christmas shit, all that fun stuff, right? We in this house like to put our tree up the day after Halloween, basically. My wife would if she could. So because of that, we can't put them up, a real tree up, because it'll die by the time Christmas is here, even before. So we have to use a fake tree, unfortunately. But they always look real. The one up front definitely looks like a real one. It always has. It is an expensive tree. And the one back here, like I said, it's not going to be too big. And it looks like a small tree, but it's just a regular pine. That's all.
Anyway, alluded to it in the chat. You probably read it, but have you heard about that DoorDasher that lost her mind trying to put sexual abuse charges? She claimed that this guy SA'd her on her
No,
delivery.
I did not.
She opened this guy. Well, DoorDash is supposed to, when they deliver the food, they just put it at your doorstep and
Take a
carry out.
picture. Yeah.
Well, she went up a notch. She opened his door up, and he's half naked, laying on his couch, sleep.
Oh hell.
And she was filming him.
Oh
sleeping.
wow.
And then put him on the internet. And she's a TikToker, and was trying to file charges on him for SAing her.
Ew.
Yeah. So what happened is they did the full investigation. And of course, cops got involved and all that, and ended up happening was DoorDash fired her, let her go,
Oh, good.
and cops wind up arresting her. So now she's banned from TikTok
Good.
and
Good.
lost her job.
That's what you get when you play dumb games. You get dumb prizes, folks. Just saying. That's ignorant. If people messing with people's lives like that, you can destroy somebody's life by doing some dumb shit like that. And no, I don't feel bad for her whatsoever, Hemi. Sorry.
Yeah,
Not even
100%. I thought she acted like she was entitled, being a little brat about it. But anyway,
just trying to get money. That's what she's trying to do. And create a story for her to have to run on TikTok to be somebody of importance. No, don't. No. People like that make me want to vomit on myself. That's disgusting. There's too much ignorance going on in the world and society right now. Too much negativity. And somebody like that, you deserve everything you get, sweetheart. I'm sorry to tell you, but you do. You don't do that to people. I'm sorry. The man was in his own home, minding his own business, doing his own thing. You walked into his private home, did what you did, and then in turn, no, it don't work that way for me. Sorry. Rowena, welcome. Good to see you, dear. I never heard that story, but I'll be damned. That's ignorant.
It's growing like wildfire right now. It's pretty recent.
I'll have to pull it up and check it out. Maybe we'll take a look at it.
There's a few creators that I've run into on YouTube is covering it. It's pretty wild.
You know her name or his name or anything like that?
I have to look at it and see.
We'll take a look. That's a crime, so we're gonna look at it for sure. Great to see you.
I watched a video pretty recent about it. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Let me see if I have something back here. I usually get alerts on things like that anyway, so I might have one in here. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of crazy how you try to set somebody up, man, like that. They're in their own privacy of their own home.
I found it. I got it.
You got it?
This is insane. Okay, here's a good one. We'll check this out just to start off the day with. What is going on with Brian Koberger? I don't really know, Terry. What are you talking about? Anything specific? Yeah, we'll check this out. I appreciate you, Hemi, for pointing that out to me. Oh, I've had that back in the day, way back in the day when I was really young. When I first got married, I was working 2 jobs, and I delivered pizzas, and that right there, that happened to me more than one time, way more than one time. And you don't like, what do you do? Like, here's your pizza. It was pretty wild.
That's funny you said that because I was working at a pizza place too. I had a delivery for an address, and it was really similar to the one I went to, but it was the wrong address. I knocked on the door, and I saw this little old guy. He looked like he just came out of the shower.
Uh-huh.
And he had this big old his girlfriend or wife or whatever.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna lie, I kind of felt like I just walked into a porno flick, pretty much.
Well, I had one that we'd get calls all the time, and this woman would answer the door. She was back then, I was probably 18, 19 at the most. She had to be in her mid 40s, and she would answer the door in a bathrobe every time. And she was not wearing anything but the bathrobe, and it was open every time. And it was like every other day she'd order. And at some point, the boss was like, I think this lady likes you, bro. And I was like, why? He was like, because she asks for you specifically to deliver her stuff. And I was like, oh God. And I'm thinking, well, maybe that's why she answers the door partially unclothed or something. I don't know. I was married at the time. I wasn't interested, I wasn't into all that. And I always had to I'd hand her the pizza looking away from her because I was embarrassed. I could feel myself blushing. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not into this whole TV movie, whatever you're trying to do, lady. I'm sorry. But, in fact, one time I handed it off. She always tipped me really good, too. She always give me like a $10 tip. And I handed it off twice to somebody else, and he said he got like $1 tip, and I'm like, oh, okay. So there was something there. I don't know what it was, but it was wild. Hey, False Star, welcome. Good to see you. Just saying, people are strange. That is a damn truth. That was my tip. Probably was, Yvonne. Probably was. RJ, McDonough giving out misinformation again. Wild. Let's check this out because I'm curious now. As everybody's coming in, we'll just open the show with this, and then we'll get into our discussion and stuff. But this is a wild story, bro. I appreciate you throwing it at me. And let's see what this lady is doing here, guys. This was a TikToker. Long Crime covered this. She was a DoorDasher and a TikToker, and she's a liar. Let's see what she's saying.
I'm the victim! Remember? I'm the victim!
A New York woman made wild claims against a DoorDash customer that she delivered food to. She says the man exposed himself to her inside his home, and she recorded him posting the images online. And she even went as far as saying he sexually assaulted her. And her TikTok videos about the situation spread like wildfire. But now she's the one under arrest. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Steve, it looks crazy, Dago.
I agree.
Hey guys, real quick before we talk about this case, I want to talk about a big sponsor of On the Link Below or scan the QR code, allegedly Syracuse on Lake home. But according to the Dasher, that man committed sexual assault. So how did we get here? This is a wild story. On October 12th, Olivia Henderson was working as a DoorDash delivery person in Oswego, New York, that's north of Syracuse on Lake Ontario. She posted a video to TikTok that quickly went viral. She claimed that she had been sexually assaulted by a customer.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver.
Now, according to Henderson, she posted about what she says happened on TikTok, but it kept getting removed. Whether that's because of the content that she posted violating app guidelines, or whether it was TikTok trying to, quote, silence her, as she claims, that's still unclear.
The DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. When I arrived at their front door was wide open. Their lights were on. And they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were indecently exposed to me. I got this on video, and I'm not even going to be posting the video clip anymore because I'm pretty sure that's what's getting me the strikes. But yeah, I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer. And then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me.
So Henderson's allegations quickly went viral. Millions of people saw the video. It features the semi-nude man who, it appears, is passed out on the couch after leaving the home's front door open. Now, that content was then reposted with other content creators commenting on what happened. Now, according to Syracuse.com, one of Henderson's videos had 30 million views. So this went.
There it is. There's your reason right there.
everywhere. In her original video, which was taken down, Henderson allegedly insinuates that the customer saw a woman was delivering his order and staged himself for some sort of exhibitionist thrill. Now, the images sparked heated debate in the comments. Had it been the customer's plan all along to expose himself to whoever showed up to deliver his food, or was this just an unfortunate and inappropriate mistake? These are the questions that police have been trying to answer. Some of the more cynical commenters have suggested that Henderson herself opened the front door, then took the video to get attention. Also, at the heart of the conversation, swirling online, was Henderson's claim of sexual assault. Could what happened be categorized as sexual assault? Was there anything there for any sort of charge? We'll get more into that in just a moment, but Henderson made it clear that she was not giving up.
No, I'm going to keep telling my story. Like, this is the only justice I'm getting, is exposing this man and having posted that video and it has gone viral. Like, now he can live with shame and embarrassment if people have seen it and knows who he is or where he, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one being punished. This is a man's world. I'm the victim. Remember, I'm the victim. And they took down my video. They were going to have to pay me.
Okay, so this is nuts. This chick she's absolutely detached. So this was for her to get views and attention, in my opinion. The man's door was open. Okay. He's inside his domain in his home where he lives. You don't go in there. You don't take pictures of him. You leave your food at the door and walk away like you're supposed to. None of this would have happened. But she purposely did what she did, in my opinion, to be able to get the 3 million views on her videos. Why she did this. This is my opinion. I would never, ever, and I'm telling you, ever, you guys know me that know me, call out somebody as a liar that has been sexually assaulted, folks. That's horrifying. That's horrible. No. But this, something's wrong. Just saying. And she's nuts. Just saying there.
Me for my second story time because that was over a minute long. They were going to have to pay me for all those views I got. So no, they took that right down. They took that right down.
See what she's talking about? That's all she's thinking about right here. If she was absolutely, in my opinion, sexually assaulted, she wouldn't care about her views or her pays or none of that. And she says it right here. They were going to have to pay me for my views.
Second story time because that was over a minute long. They were going to have to pay me for all those views I got. So no, they took that right down. They took that right down. Absolutely not. They're not paying me for that. Nope.
In a video with the caption, "Time to sue DoorDash?" Henderson said that she has spoken with DoorDash support multiple times and they refused to tell her why her account was deactivated. She also claims that she couldn't access money that she had already earned that hadn't been transferred from the app to her bank account. But then on October 16th, Henderson posted one last video.
So I and the rest of the world, we all found out why I lost my job together. That's the update.
DoorDash put out its own statement on TikTok and other social media platforms saying, quote, "We've seen some tough and sensitive posts over the past few days, and we want to clear the air. No one should ever have to experience sexual assault, harassment, or abuse, and DoorDash..."
Jesse says, trivia question. Do you know what the penalty is for false SA accusations? I do not know, but I've heard that it's pretty high. Okay.
Never deactivate someone for reporting it, full stop. We take these reports incredibly seriously and work closely with law enforcement to investigate and support those affected. In this case, the Dasher let us know about an experience that made them feel unsafe, and that is exactly what we always want Dashers to do. Our team immediately began investigating and has been in direct contact with law enforcement and is prepared to fully support any of their efforts. However, posting a video of a customer in their home and disclosing their personal details publicly is a clear violation of our policies.
Bingo.
That is the sole reason that this Dasher's account was deactivated along with the customers while we investigated. We've also ensured that the Dasher has full access to their earnings, and we know these are sensitive situations, and we want every Dasher to know if you ever feel unsafe or experience something concerning, come to us. We're here to listen, act, and support, end quote. Now that video update was the last thing Henderson posted to her TikTok page, and that is still active at the time of this recording. The reactions to DoorDash's TikTok statement do vary widely, with some still standing by Henderson. For example, one person commented, quote, "DoorDash upholds rape culture." Another commenter said that everything got blown way out of proportion, writing, quote, "Honestly, if I were her, I would have dropped it off and closed the door for him. She really tried to milk this situation and inconvenienced everyone." But a third commenter referred back to Henderson's first video, which was taken down, but it already spread. Quote, "Her original video showed the door was only a crack open. She opened it fully and entered. I would be fuming if I instructed a dasher to leave it at my door and then they opened my door and came in to film me in my sleep." Henderson had claimed that she had gone to police to report what happened and that they'd done nothing. But an investigation was underway behind the scenes, and its focus was Henderson, not the unconscious man in his home. In a news release, Oswego police reported, quote, "The video, along with the subsequent investigation, indicates that the male was incapacitated and unconscious on his couch due to alcohol consumption. The video was taken from the exterior of the male's residence. The DoorDash driver subsequently posted the video to social media, where it drew significant attention. It was further discovered that the DoorDash driver had made claims of being sexually assaulted during this incident. The investigation by the Oswego Police Department determined that no sexual assault occurred. The male depicted in the video cooperated with police and provided a statement," end quote. Weeks after she first went viral, Henderson made headlines again when she was arrested on November 10th for 2 Class E felonies, 1 count of unlawful surveillance in the 2nd degree and 1 count of dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image in the 1st degree. Oswego City Police Captain Brian Thompson told local news outlet CNY Central, quote, "When you put something out there, there's no taking it back typically. When you're making social media posts, take an extra second to think about what you're putting into the world." Now, according to Oswego Police, Henderson was processed and released and given an appearance ticket for a future court date in city court. That will be in December. If she is convicted, she could face up to 8 years in prison. Joining us now to talk about this case, and there is a lot to unpack here, Paul Townsend, criminal defense attorney. Great to have you on Law and Crime. I guess just first, have you ever seen a case like this? It just seems so bizarre about kind of the twists and turns that got us to this point.
So I've never seen anything that is exactly analogous with this case, but we have seen kind of similar cases where somebody kind of surreptitiously records somebody in a state of undress and then does some sort of posting of it, whether it's on social media, whether it's on a blog or whatever, that kind of runs afoul of this statute. So it's the particular contours of this, the DoorDash aspect of it, and whether or not she was invited in or lured in, that I haven't really seen before. But this is not that far afield of what we can expect.
When it comes to someone coming to your house, and what does the law say about, she has her camera phone and she sees something, she takes a picture of it. That's really, I know that there's other parts of it that we'll figure out how it plays out, but I guess as from the homeowner's perspective, like, what are his rights in this situation when technically you've ordered food and someone is coming to your house? So in some ways, could you argue that she was invited into the home, and does that matter at all?
So certainly there's an aspect of this where, as a DoorDash person who's making a delivery, she's invited to be there. However, a homeowner has a reasonable expectation of privacy in their home, certainly. And just because somebody is invited as a delivery person, who has the option to leave whatever the delivery is at the front door, ring the doorbell, and that kind of satisfies their obligation for it. No DoorDash person is obligated to enter into somebody's home, especially if they're passed out on the couch and they're not opening the door to let them in. That is where it kind of transitions from she did nothing wrong to she finds this individual in a clear state of undress. It appears alcohol was involved. He's passed out on a couch. And she decides to take her phone out and, take pictures, which already is something that you're really not allowed to do. And then on top of that, she then posts to her kind of social media pages, which then it becomes kind of publicly accessible, which just kind of compounds her error. And her statements on the matter seem to portray herself as kind of the victim here, being oppressed by the police and by this guy. When
I think it could be both or either one, RJ, truly, in my opinion, here.
in reality, I mean, the law is fairly clear that you cannot go into someone else's house and take photos of them undressed and post them publicly.
Well, and I think the time that we live in too, like the idea of going viral, and it's not just, I mean, even like Facebook back when I was in college in like 2008, if someone posted a bad picture, like it still felt like that was like in some ways insulated because it was like you kind of knew who was on. I mean, nobody knew what they were talking about at the time, like, and you know, everybody was young, but at the same time, like now the idea of going viral is very real. And when you post something on social media, one of the videos of this had 30 million views. How does that impact this case where it's not just the act of taking the picture, but millions of people ended up seeing it?
So the way that impacts it is in terms of kind of just an aggravating factor. With respect to whether or not it runs afoul of the law of unlawful surveillance or dissemination of a picture, it doesn't really matter if it's published to one person or 30 million. But if this case ultimately ends up in some kind of either plea deal or goes to trial and she's convicted, then a judge is going to take into account, what was the real harm that suffered. And so if the picture gets shown to one person, that's one level of harm. But if 30 million people see this, I mean, that could have a real negative effect on this man's reputation, his status in the community, and the harm is magnified by, what we consider going viral these days. So that's something that certainly will be taken into account in her case. And also it's something that the prosecutor is likely to take into account when determining, what is the appropriate way to resolve this case, because she didn't just take a picture and send it into a group chat with 3 or 4 friends. She posted it on the internet, where it's very, very, very difficult to remove something once something like that is posted on social media. So this man could be spending however long trying to get this taken down, when in reality, depending on whose algorithm has what, it can still compound the harm. More and more people could be viewing this right now, for all we know.
Well, and I think of like the civil part of this, and I don't know how much money Olivia Henderson has, but if this guy decided to take her to court and sue her for this, because there's not only just the picture itself, but then she made allegations against him that police are saying aren't true, that she was the victim of sexual assault. And if that is proven in court to not be true, I mean, what type of impact could a civil suit, or I guess what type of argument could he have in civil court, and how that could play out?
So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because the way it works typically is a civil attorney is probably going to tell him, let's hold off and see what happens with the criminal case. If she is convicted of either or both of the unlawful dissemination and the unlawful surveillance, then the civil attorney will be able to use the doctrine of what's called collateral estoppel in a civil case, essentially arguing that because the criminal case has a higher burden of proof, that she is precluded from arguing in a civil case that she didn't do anything wrong. And therefore, he may be able to win easily in a civil case if she either pleads guilty to one or both of these charges, or if she goes to trial and is convicted. And again, we don't know what her net value is, but certainly he would have claims for real damages as a result of this. I'm sure he's going to have,
Well, I'm going to say this, because she got greedy, okay? Because she got greedy, which is what this is. She saw a situation and got nosy and ignorant, because she's an ignorant person, obviously, and got greedy. She lost both her jobs, both forms of income. Good luck now getting a job anywhere with what you've just done, because you're trash. Just saying. Anybody that would do that is trash. Miss Christie's in the house. Welcome, Miss Christie. Great to see you today. And what is going on here? Wade Bird, good to see you. ATX, welcome. Anybody that Blue Devil, welcome to you as well. Great to see you guys. Thank you all for joining us today.
Emotional damages. I'm sure this has been upsetting for him. I'm sure that he is going to be able to claim that his reputation has been irreparably harmed as a result of this. So in the civil sense, he likely is going to kind of bide his time and wait and see what.
That's what I was just looking at, Christy. I don't understand. You know what happened? Because your other channel name had it. So I have to fix it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No worries. I'll fix you.
Happens in the criminal case. And if it comes out to his favor, then every aspect of the criminal case can become a part of the civil case. And if it's determined that, she made false statements to law enforcement about his actions or what he did,
probably, Matt,
certainly that is going to be an aggravating factor in any resulting civil case as well.
There's layers to this as well, because there's not only just the picture that she took, but then she accused him of saying, the reason that he was half naked was like on purpose. That like he did this on purpose for her to show up and see this. But then there's that accusation of sexual assault, which police
type something in chat,
on.
Christy, please.
Had he actually, and maybe her defense attorney will argue this, is that he did, put himself in that position for her to see him like that. Is that a crime, even if he's inside his own house?
So there's a lot of nuance and detail that will go towards what specifically her defense might be, what she may be legally allowed to do versus not allowed to do. It's very difficult, just going off kind of news reports to know the truth of what the evidence shows happened inside the house. There's a number of different narratives that are out there. One of them from her is that basically she was lured there and she was sexually assaulted, and that he was, an aggressor. There's a separate version of events where, she's supposed to leave the stuff at the front door, but the front door is just wide open and he's passed out and she has a line of sight on him and she just kind of walks in and takes the photographs and he doesn't really even have any idea that she's there. At the end of the day, what she's accused of, the taking of the pictures and then disseminating them, that is kind of separate and divorced from any claim that she has that, that she was sexually assaulted by this guy. And in reality, if that were the case, I think prosecutors are going to struggle because it would be odd behavior for somebody who's just been the victim of a sexual assault to then turn around and photograph their perpetrator while they're seemingly passed out on a couch immediately after such an assault.
Welcome, Carol Ann. Good to see you from South Africa. Love it, love it. And glad to have you back in that wrench there, Miss Christie.
Heard. There's a lot of kind of holes in that narrative that I think she would have, to have a really convincing explanation of before prosecutors would credit that story.
Well, and it seems like police too are citing just the fact that this guy, from what they've said, I mean, he was so drunk that, in the words of the police, was it just couldn't have happened, is what they're saying. And we'll see how it plays out. But how does, I guess, his blood alcohol content, if they have that, kind of play into how this could be presented to a jury if it got to the trial, where it's like he is just out cold. And it seems that police are pointing to that to say that it's just her story could not have happened based off of, I guess, what they were able to pull from him and understanding just how drunk he was when he was passed out.
Well, certainly if his blood alcohol content is at a certain level and he's really passed out on a couch, that makes a sexual assault scenario significantly less likely to have happened for several reasons. One, excessive alcohol use, diminishes the capacity to engage in that kind of behavior. And two, if he really is passed out while that drunk, I mean, that's very different than just kind of dozing off and taking a nap on the couch. That is a much deeper kind of sleep that, it is not something that would typically be able to be associated with just having engaged in sexual assault and then crashing onto a couch, dead drunk. So I think his blood alcohol content is a very, very relevant factor in assessing, whether or not there's any validity to the claims that she's making.
And for her defense, whoever her criminal defense attorney is, and for a person to take over this case, and she's had a couple different narratives, she's certainly said a lot of stuff and has made a lot of accusations on social media. to create an effective defense for her, like what is the strategy for that defense attorney who takes her on as a client?
So the first thing is stop talking. Stop talking, period. From now on, all statements come from me, the defense attorney. I don't want her speaking to press. I don't want her speaking to law enforcement. I don't want her making any statements about what happened here. She is now been arrested. She's charged with 2 felonies. She's facing, up to 4 years, and it's really not doing her any benefit to have her continuing to talk. At that point, the defense attorney is going to be reviewing all of the evidence and discovery, because the things that come out in the news are not necessarily always what the actual case files are, what the statements by the potential witnesses are. If there's a ring camera, what does that show? And you have to look at the evidence and see where the case for the prosecutor is weakest, and then center your defense around that. So to the extent that there might not be any recordings of her coming up, you can tailor your defense around certain things that she might have done, maybe misunderstandings that she had, or actions taken by this man in the ordering. Maybe he had some kind of message in there that she is interpreting as luring her there. So it's all very kind of fact specific on what you can show to a jury or to a judge based on the discovery that you are provided. It's very difficult, to just get kind of a vague sense of potential facts and circumstances and craft a specific defense from those.
And she's facing these 2 felonies. I mean, in just according to the, how the laws are written, she could go to prison for this. I think of the 30, on one hand, I could see, some sort of plea deal playing out, but then on the other, 30 million people, and that's just one of the videos, saw this. This is a big deal. There was a lot of damage allegedly done here. If what police are saying is true, how do you see this case playing out?
So that's a real difficult thing to kind of quarterback
Sure.
from here. First off, the prosecutors are going to be in deep discussions with the purported victim here, kind of figuring out if he really wants to throw the book at this woman, move forward. He wants to testify. He wants her to go to jail. That's something they're going to take into account. It's the prosecutor's case, not the victim's. So the ultimate decision on whether or not to resolve it in a plea deal, whether or not to take it to trial, that rests with them. But certainly the input from the victim is always considered. And then the harm to the victim is always considered. In a case like this, where we're talking 30+ million views, there's going to be, a lot of consideration from the prosecutor's office to really send a message that behavior like this is just intolerable. Is this case going to end in a plea deal? Is it going to end in prison time?
Hang on, Robert.
We don't know what her background is, but if we are to assume that this is a first arrest, this is a nonviolent 2 felonies that would run concurrent if they were sentenced, because it all stems from the same basic thing that she did. So is it possible that her attorneys would be able to successfully argue for something like probation? Sure, that could happen. There was no violence involved. As of right now, the guy is not out any money. He might argue that his job prospects in the future are going to be damaged, but that's very prospective. Depending on how you view the case, and there's arguments to be made either way, I could see a defense attorney. If I had this case, I would certainly be arguing for no jail. But I could also see a prosecutor really harping on the harm that was done to this.
Okay, so this woman is a DoorDash driver, and she was a TikToker. She worked for DoorDash. The man orders a DoorDash order from I don't know what it was. Okay, she goes to drop it off, and his door was cracked open. Okay, and the man's inside the house, laying on the couch. He had been drinking, and I guess his pants were down at his ankles or something. Okay. And he fell asleep, passed out. She pushes the door all the way open and films him with her phone, camera, whatever. And then she puts the video out, got 3 million hits on it. Then she goes into this whole thing saying she was sexually assaulted, blah, 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 so on and so forth. The police look into this, that there's no way in hell the man could have assaulted anybody. I haven't not heard her say anything about going to the hospital afterwards for, I don't know what the sexual assault pertained to exactly, but anyway, so then at some point, then she's fired by DoorDash, and TikTok boots her because of the way she put it out, and she's disseminated his character, all that kind of stuff. So she could be facing 8 years in prison for this. This is nuts. Okay, the man's door was cracked open. That's not an invite for you to walk into his house, into his private domain, film him, put it on all over TikTok, and then in turn realizing, in my opinion, that she did something she shouldn't have done. Then she tried to use the whole sexual assault thing to make it go in her favor. This is my opinion, of course, folks, because I wasn't there to see it. So, and now she's gotten in trouble for it. So that's what this is all about, Robert. And for those of you that didn't know, how did they test his blood alcohol? I think I don't even know, Beach Babe. I think that it had something to do with witnesses to the man that night that they'd spoken to, like I think the neighbor or something. There's a slight bit of an article that I had read about this, so that's all the only way I know. But if she doesn't have proof that he assaulted her, there's no way that she can get it, that she can go forward with this. But that's how I understood how this all went down. Because God knows, if he actually assaulted her, I would be all like, we could hang him in the public. You know what I'm saying? In the center of the square. That's what I'm saying. They didn't. From my understanding, Stitches, they didn't. That's what part of the problem is right there. Yeah, she didn't have permission to enter his home. She didn't knock or anything. She just got to the house. The door was cracked open. Instead of leaving the bag or whatever it was, she pushes the door open and sees the guy laying there on the couch and starts filming him. And then goes forward from there. And then she didn't report the SA until after she had posted on TikTok the video that she did, and she got some backlash from it. And then that is when the SA came out. So this is where I have a little bit of an issue. ATX, welcome. Good to see you. No, she didn't report it right after. That's the problem. That's why I have an issue with this. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Hey, Moonlit, good to see you.
In one of the videos, I think that was taken down, showed the door was half open. So she entered his home while he was asleep on the couch, half naked, and took pictures of him and posted on the internet. And that's why she got 3 violations on her ex account.
Yeah,
or TikTok.
And then when that all came out, then she turns it and flips, and then she comes out saying that he sexually assaulted her.
And she wants to claim, since she was a young lady,
mm-hmm.
and she's entitled to say the man did essay her, and thinking that because of her sexual preference, she can get away with it.
Well, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. None of that matters. If he would have actually assaulted her, damn him to hell. Period. That's all I'm saying. But
you're right. It don't matter, Dago. But that was her.
The way she plays, she's playing this out, guys. I have big questions, and I hope that they prove. If it's not, I don't know what state it was for sure, Stitches. I'll find out here.
I think it was New York somewhere.
It was. She said in the beginning she was a New Yorker, right? Okay.
Man, in an effort to push for some period of incarceration.
Yeah,
that's what Long Crime had to say. Now, I thought there was, what the hell? Serial butt sniffer thrown in jail. Oh my God. Anyway.
Anyway.
Okay, hold on. Here's the. No, wrong one story. So that's the only story I could find on this for right now. And I'm going to follow this because I want to see what happens with this girl. If they can prove, of course, if they prove that he did something, then, we're going to go after him. But if not, then shame on her. Let me see here. Viral TikTok doc accused of sexual assault, harassment. Nope. There's a lot of these different variations of cases like this, but not that one. No, that's the only one I could find on it so far. So I'll follow up with it, you guys. I will follow up because I'm curious now. Very curious. Very curious. I mean, that's a good point. Like, you don't walk into people's houses and not. I know how I am. I'm sure if I wake up and there's somebody strange in my house, guess they're gonna leave a different way than they came. That's just how I run. You know what I mean?
That's alarming though. You just be
How many other? It
chilling
makes
at the
you wonder,
house. And,
and it makes you wonder if you done anything else like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, you sitting around the house chilling, and next thing you know, a girl breaks in your home and starts
Yes.
taking pictures of you, and then talk about USA her. And like, no, that's not what happened here.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's
At
crazy.
all.
That is crazy, crazy. Okay, you guys. I think I'm gonna move on into something different here. Let's see here. Let me see. Is this the one? No. Give me a minute here. I don't know how to open this up. Give me a minute. Coco, if you're here, hon, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat. I'd love for you to join me. I can't seem to pull it up.
In the words of the great legendary Ronnie James Dio, it's a crazy world we live in.
Sure as hell is. With some crazy people. Crazy people. Crazy, crazy. Thank you, Miss Christie. Yeah, 100%. All right, so we got some stuff on Idaho to jump into today as part of the conversation for sure.
Okay, so you know, Hunter is on my suspect list in Dillon.
Oh, of course. I guess Brian's been having some problems with bananas, from my understanding. I guess that's a new thing, but
and I'm trying to still going through those ISP docs looking for that knife. I have not found it yet.
Right.
That's an issue, Dago.
Thank you, Christy. Yeah, I agree. And thank you, Christy, for that. Guys, please make sure to click that link there. Check out our merch shop. If you guys want anything, get it. If you want a t-shirt with a baby picture of me on the front of it, go for it. There's all sorts of stuff in there to check out. Miss Cassie has put together, and then some. Hey, Beach Babe, good to see you. Go check it out, guys. See if there's anything that you guys like, for sure.
It may not be good enough to exonerate Brian, but it definitely should raise some eyebrows.
If that's the truth, yes, it is. I definitely agree.
But I already know that the coroner said from the very beginning, before they shut her up, that the knife wounds or the wounds on the victim did not fit a K-bar knife. So we're talking about big, huge wounds on these victims here. And I'm sure that steak knife being a little smaller, the version of a K-bar.
Yes, agreed. Yeah. Agreed. 1 minute. I'm sorry. I'm trying to set something here. Boom. Maybe. All right. Looks like Michelle dropping the first goal for the day. Thank you so much, Michelle. God bless. Very much appreciated. Says, I have something interesting with the Corner Club. I would love to hear about it, Miss Michelle. I do have something else, too, in regards to, if I can get it to work. For those of you that are familiar, you remember some of the names in this case that we've looked into. Cole Berenberg was one of them. And I'm going to be joined by Miss Coco, I believe. For those of you that aren't familiar, Coco worked with Tommy Jude. I've been talking to Coco a lot recently. And definitely has given me some interesting stuff. Oh, wait, no, that's Twitch. And something very interesting to look into here. She may have to show me how to work this because I don't do very well with this stuff. I don't use on a regular basis. So we'll see what happens here. Hopefully she's going to join me. And I'm going to show you some of this stuff that's pretty wild, you guys. I'll say that much. I have the combined reports ISP and it says knife 88 times. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Bada bing. Miss Coco's in the house. How are you, dear? You're muted.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You're good. Welcome.
I'm not used to using my phone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you sound good.
Okay.
Thank you. So yeah, I open this up and you're gonna have to show me how to run this unless you send it to me or pull it, like send it backstage and I can pull it up that way. But I'm not real sure how this works because I clicked on it and it didn't open up the way I wanted it to.
Oh, it didn't?
No, let me see something here. Yeah, it's not. It opens up. I see it. DEDLY, and now I just click on that and it should open up, right?
Yeah, it should just open up.
All right, let me see something here. You show me what I need to do, what I'm doing wrong. Hang loose, guys. Give me a minute. This is what pops up, okay? And
Yeah.
so what I click this, and nothing's happening. I'm even following.
Scroll down.
Scroll down. Okay.
Okay. Let me get on my computer. Let me jump off real quick.
No,
But you
no problem.
you can go through these. So go down a little bit.
Yep.
There should be different like reels. So with this particular, click on the sunrise or the sunset.
Right here. Okay.
Yep. So you can read the caption. I think he talks about going to Boise.
Yep.
Or transferring to Boise. And I think there's
Boise, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I gotcha.
And then yeah, so I think this is 2 people. I don't think it's 1, just so you guys know.
Yeah, absolutely. That was September 11th of 22. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Cole Barron, hey, typically, welcome, Kim. Cole Barrenberg, folks, was somebody that was a subject in this case. Okay. He was somebody of interest. He was the one, from my understanding, that the night that this went down, I believe I'm right. If I'm not, it will be corrected. Somebody that was thrown out of the corner club that night for was being inappropriate with some people in there. Okay, women in there. So, Witchy's in the house. Welcome. So, this man put together an Instagram, and there's some odd things in this Instagram that, if you read through this, and by the way, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you're welcome to join us, if you'd like to. Coco, myself, and Mr. Hemisphere is up here. Just to let you guys know. So this was the Instagram account. It's pronounced Deadly. The way he has it spelled is his own.
Yeah. Can you back out just one screen?
Back out. Oh yeah, hold on. Right there.
Yeah. So scroll down.
Mm-hmm.
Keep scrolling. Okay, the masks.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys remember this photograph. We found this early on in the case, right? Eliminate the biggest threat in the room. These were found early on. And you see what's in his hand. That's a K-bar, folks. Just so you know. It doesn't mean anything for sure, but it does mean something. I'll just put it that way. Okay. It's odd. So they're wearing these old school what the hell do you call that time? Not like night masks, okay? And he's got a K-bar and he's pretending to attack somebody from the backside. It's kind of odd. I'll say that much. Give me 1 second, folks. 1 second. I'm sorry.
It is odd, you guys. Really just this particular picture we saw a long time ago in 4chan. And really it just says that whoever this is clearly a Sigma member. Sorry, you guys. It's so hard for me to see right now. I'm trying to get in it. So basically, we see this on 4chan. And as I did some more research, you could see that, hey, Christy, you should come up. Basically, in some of the research that I did, you can see Cole Berenberg is born in September. With this page, they're also born in September.
All right, guys.
Sorry.
Mr. Diego says hello, and thank you all for supporting us. And sorry to interrupt, she said. So back to where we were. Sorry. This is very strange, very odd. Period. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead, Coco. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm going to actually pop off my phone and I'm going to just jump up. Well, no, I can stay on and do it at the same. I'll just stay on and do it at the same time. But
I was going to say, you can drop
basically,
down.
this is really just to show that this was obviously done by a Sigma member, and Katovich does post in these comments.
Yes.
You'll see that throughout the photos.
And that's what we're going to go through is the comments and the statements that are made. Welcome, B Slims. Good to see ya. So this is Sigma Chi, fraternity member. Okay. Sigma rule number 1, eliminate the biggest threat in the room. Makes you think, doesn't it? On down. Up. There she is. Okay. So then I'll remove this one.
Yeah.
All right. You're good there. Okay. Can you hear me still? Are you there? You're muted, hon. If you can hear me, you're muted, Coco. I don't think she realizes she's muted. Up and down she goes. We'll try it again.
I heard something from Jules watching one of her videos she did recently. How if you was to put the address of 1122, how she say it, or she was talking about the Moscow Police Department. It's not there anymore.
What, MPD?
Yeah.
No, they closed down the jail and everything. Yeah,
wow.
We looked into that a while back. Yeah, they closed down the jail and they're running everybody to through the county now, I think it is. You gotta ask the question why. You know what I mean?
I can imagine why. I mean, we see it every time we watch body cam or any kind of interviews. We see that.
Welcome back, Coco. Can you hear
I'm
me?
just assuming they go. I don't know, but I just thought that was news to me. I didn't first time hearing about it.
Gotcha. No problem, Michelle. Can you hear me, Coco? You're not muted. Hang on. You might have to adjust your settings, Coco. Okay. Your volume's up. I don't know what's going on. See, this one says murder drones fan art. Murder drones. So these are like robots or something. I don't know. Some kind of artsy thing. I don't know exactly what it means. I'm guessing that these are other art students or maybe even members of the. I don't think they're members. They might be members of Sigma Chi. Oh yeah, $100,000+ for camera footage. It's insane. Oh, this is at a convention. There's some wild stuff within this. Something spooky I threw together. Okay. Try it again. All right, can you hear me? You're muted. If you can hear me, you're muted. She's struggling with some of this stuff. Can you hear me, Coco?
Hey, can you hear me?
There we go. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
You can't hear me? Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. It's my service, you guys.
No problem. No problem.
Yep.
So 1 minute here. I just knocked that out for some reason. Give me a minute here. Let's try this again. Okay. See, it won't open up.
I'm not muted on my end.
No, I can hear you perfectly fine. Can you hear me? Okay. Something else I was going to bring up too, some of this other 4chan stuff. Can you hear me, Coco? Oh, she's struggling, guys. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Miss Coco? Hello, hello? I guess she's having problems with her internet service. That's what the problem is, guys.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can if you can hear me. Yes.
Yep, I'm good
Can
now.
you
Sorry.
can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I think you have a little delay. That's okay. All right. All right. Okay, so that was for Halloween. And there she goes again. This got his Legos out. It did look good. I agree with that, Beach Babe. What's up, Tomboy? Yes, Michelle, absolutely. This photograph has always bothered me, you guys. That is a K-bar knife. It makes me wonder if these guys were in ROTC. And there's conversation between him and Jack Katovich. Yo, how do you gonna get out of your room? How you gonna get out of your room? I don't know what that means, but okay. Geez, it's that time of year again. Some food. You know, there was some other stuff in here. You have to be able to open it up to be able to show you guys, and I can't get it to open. Hold on. Well, this one says I am Jesus. Mary Chrysler. Wait, what did that say? So this was November 18th. It says, rest in peace, and I can't stress this enough. And then it says tear. November 3rd, Killer Queen has already touched the like button. November 5th or October 15th, this says I sinned. Yeah, these statements make me wonder. Pretty much. He may have taken post down ATX. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Was confident enough to post something for once. Holy shit, really cool. May 13th, so this is going backwards. We're going to try this again. Okay, can you hear me? Miss Coco? Hello, hello? He hasn't posted
Can you
since
hear
21.
me?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Can you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So we got it. Good. So, are you able to open this up any more, Coco, than what it is? Did you hear what I said? Can you hear me? Are you able to open this up more than I can?
No.
Okay. So this one here, this is February 14th of 23. Okay. This one here says, but who will be yours for Valentine's? Underneath it, it says, are you the guy in relation to the murders in Texas? What does that mean, folks?
Yeah. Yep.
That's kind of wild. And we have two replies. It
I
says,
don't think
what?
so.
Okay. It says, what? In response to that, and the other one says, Texas. And then it says, none. Then down here, he answers that and says, relatable. What the hell does that mean, you guys? This again belongs to Cole Berenberg. Are you the guy in relation to the murders in Texas? Rubes Kennett says what? Pisces AF says Texas as a question mark. And then he responds to Lice or Jujo that says none and says relatable. You explain that to me, you guys. That's kind of interesting. Yes, Leah. Underneath Maddie's fingernails, which could have been a hug. It could have been anything, but saying this, making this statement is odd to me. Can you hear me still, Coco?
Yep.
Okay, so do you agree that those statements are kind of odd? And now look at this one here, folks. This was June 29th,
Yeah.
20.
It's very odd.
Okay. Watch this here for a minute. And the person says, you are sick. There's a person laying, looks like a dead person behind the door here. in like a somewhat of a
It just
video
reminds me of the very first rumors
about Ethan being
about
behind the door.
Ethan's
Yeah.
placement of his.
Yes. And for somebody to say you're sick, something's wrong there. That's odd. Very odd. I don't even know what to say.
And we're
Michelle
not saying
Cardinal.
we're concrete. I
No,
know.
but it's just weird.
We're not saying 100% it's Cole, but there's a lot of similarities that point
See, somebody asked if it was
that
Cole
way.
or if it was Katovich.
I think it's two people.
That owns the Instagram.
Yeah,
Okay, so they could both be
like
running off of it. Got you.
roommates or something.
And this person says
Right.
you are sick, right? So is it me or does those pictures look like three girls and a guy?
No, they
Yeah,
absolutely do. You're right. It is
one,
two
two,
girls and a
three.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. And they're called murder drones, folks. Murder drones.
Which is the anime thing, but
Yeah, I got you. What is Ethan's birthday? Does anybody know Ethan's birthday?
October 28th.
Okay, this was posted on June 29th of 23. Just so you guys know. These are just odd things. Okay, very odd things. Especially considering this person had some form of involvement in being looked at in this case. That's all I'm saying. There's a few of these things. And I'm telling you that he was in the I'm pretty sure that he had something to do with some of these 4chan posts too. That's my opinion.
That very well could be too.
That's just always been my opinion. Just saying. This is just an odd thing. This one really bothers me a lot.
Yeah, they have like
Truly.
the patches on the little army men. The patches are like little custom patches.
Mm-hmm.
They're like custom symbols. It's very weird.
Yeah, I can agree. I can definitely agree. And now, see, some of these things make me
And
wonder.
they're two blonde girls.
Right.
There's two blonde girls. It's very weird.
Very much. Then here's this this statement here. It says, "Am I proud? No. Am I tiniest bit sorry? Laugh my ass off? No."
Yeah.
Really?
It's
It makes you wonder, you guys. That's all I'm saying. What's the true meaning behind this stuff? Not the Grimace milkshake. No. Hold on.
no
Watch. Okay, watch this for a minute, Blue Devil, and then watch what happens in a minute. Right here. You see that? It shows to be what looks like somebody lying dead behind a door. It's odd. It's very strange. The way it happens. I don't know what the milkshake has to do with anything. Somebody responds to it and says, "You are sick." Like that's gross. You know what I mean? This was June 29th of 23. No idea what the meaning is. It's weird. I'm just gonna say it's weird, period. No idea what it means. What brand of coffee? Dutch Brothers. No, it's a milkshake from McDonald's, a Grimace milkshake. It says Grimace's birthday on it. So, just saying. This guy has always bothered me. Truly. And this isn't the only reason why. Let me show you something else here if I can get it to work. Give me 1 minute here. 1 minute here. Hang on. 1 minute. Sorry, guys. It takes a few minutes to load. All right, hold on. Give me a second.
No, I'm kind of finding it very hard not to look at Idaho for without judgment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm finding that very hard. It's just about everything that I've seen around this case has been weird.
Right. One minute here. Trying to get this other thing to come up that doesn't want to. One minute here. Is it Barenberg or Brandenburg? Hey, Lucy. Yeah, exactly, John Boy. I remember when Bubbly went into that whole murder drone thing.
It's Barenberg, but it's also Randall.
Gotcha. So he went by both names. And he lives in Texas now. He lives in Texas now, doesn't he?
I think he's back in Moscow.
Oh, is he? Okay. Give me a minute here.
I mean, it could be anybody, you know. This is just, I guess, my opinion on it. Anybody can look into it.
Absolutely. Too many. Yeah, I can't get I remember back in the day when I went looking for stuff, I got his Facebook page to come up, which doesn't work anymore. At least I can't get it to work. I can't find the right one.
Tomboy, what are you talking about?
Oh, the guy with his mother was staying in the shed or something, and the knives were in the wood pile.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I never thought of that.
Right? Interesting. Let me try something here. I'm trying to remember what the hell this dude looked like. It's been a long time. The dude with the knives and the wood pile is GM, which he said. Gus. There was a Gus name. That's right.
I think Cole was a marketing student.
Okay. Let me see something, guys. Bear with me. I'm just
Like
trying to put
like
things
girls, like Maddie and Xana.
up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because didn't Cole end up with the job that Kaylee was going to work in Texas?
No, Lauda, Adam Lauda.
Or Adam did. Adam did. That's right. Just looking into some little things, guys. That 1 minute here. Eric Nielsen, Connor Hux. Give me a second here. I've been trying to pull this up. It won't give it to me. Damn it. 1 second.
It's not. I don't think it's Lauda.
No. High Kappa Alpha was on probation. And it won't let me pull up what I'm trying to pull up again. I did this a couple years ago.
Here's his.
Okay, so here we go. Let's see if this lets me do this now. All right. Give me 1 minute. We're going to look through this here real fast. This is the Sigma Chi Instagram. And there's the Ethan Chapin honor plaque that they have.
I sent you his Facebook.
Thank you. Is it email?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. There were some photos. I went through this once before, guys, and we could only find certain things in here. Things were removed. I'll just put it that way, in my opinion. Things were definitely removed. I was told for sure that things were taken out of here. I've been looking into different things. Is he wearing? No. Okay. Yeah, see, there was stuff that was here before that's not here anymore. Oh, there's Ethan and um
EJ.
yes, sorry, thank you. Yeah, Coco like knows these names by the back of her hand. It's crazy. Um, no, there's a bunch of photographs that were in here and other things that were in here that are not here anymore. You guys, it's crazy. So that's Maisie. That's one of the triplets right there. On a Sigma Chi page. We're in 2025, by the way. This stuff is still on their Instagram. There's Hunter Chapin. There's Maisie. EJ, I think, yeah. And November 13th of 23. So 1 year after, and here they are. And look what shirt she's wearing, Coco. This reminded me of our conversation about Riley Strain. This is the dude at the grub truck that had the tank top on. I can't think of his name, but
It's Drew.
That's it. Thank you. See?
Yep, it's Drew.
Pictures are worth 1,000 words sometimes, you guys. It could be. Oh, hold on. What did he do? Who's this dude here with the mustache? Well, they both have these porn stashes, but I can't think. I know his name, and I knew his name. I can't remember
That's
it now.
him.
Hmm?
That's him, I believe. I think that's him.
Cole?
No, I think that's Drew.
Drew? Oh, I thought Drew had blonder hair.
Yeah, the one that.
Got you.
No, this is dark.
Okay.
But if you go further in the pictures, there's a on Dudley's Instagram, there's a picture.
Okay.
The picture of the sunset actually says, gives a name, and it says Ryan. And I was doing some research. Dudley and Ryan are from the same town. So they may have just been roommates.
Okay. Oh, okay. Like here. Okay, this is the kind of stuff I'm pointing out. I'm going to read this to you real quick. This is in September 10th of 23. This weekend, our e-board took a trip to Coeur d'Alene for our annual, where the hell did it go? Officers retreat. They conversed about how they can improve in their respected positions, how they can work together better as one unit, and ways to better our chapter as a whole. They also spent time boating and riding jet skis on beautiful Lake Coeur d'Alene. Shout out to the Katovich family for hosting this event. This is what I'm talking about. The people that have money that are around this. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Coco. There's a lot of that within this, okay? Give me a minute here. hold on here. Let me pull up this email. All right, so we're talking about. Is this what you were wanting me to see here, Coco?
I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know what you're looking at.
It's on the screen now.
Yep. So the guy on the right is one of Cole's brothers who passed away in August of 23. And he looks exactly like the guy on the left.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that
that
could be.
guy on the left, the picture on the left is posted on Deadly's page.
Hmm. That's interesting. Very. All right. So then we also had this photograph here. And this is military.
Yep.
Right here. There he is, Cole Randall.
Yeah, so he's military trained.
Cole D. Randall. Interesting. Military training. U.S. Army. Okay. Hold on here. So we have, you said we do have the Facebook page. 1 second. Sorry.
I sent it to you.
That's what I was trying to look into, you guys. To get into. Here we go. All right. Let's see if that's big enough. Cole Barenberg. 5@gmail.com experience. U.S. Army Reserve, Boise, Idaho, January 2020 to present. Schweitzer Engineering Labs from 21 to present. So he's got some kind of computer background, working on building computers and stuff. Bachelor of Science in Marketing and Operations Management for the University of Idaho. He graduated December 22, or was expected to. This is basically his resume. One minute here. 1 minute here. 1 minute here. Just some stuff we're looking into. Trying to get some other answers. Okay, so that was the right one I found. Okay. There's not a lot on it. Not a lot on it. And I think that has changed. Or I think that changed at a certain point. Because there used to be more. This is his Facebook page. And he goes by that name. Now, did he change his name, Coco, do you think, because of what happened? Are you there?
Yeah. His mom's been married several times, so I think that's why his last name's changed. I don't know.
But, I mean, to change your name, I think probably, I would imagine, because he was getting attention he didn't want. You know what I mean?
So I would assume. Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot on here. Unfortunately. That's it. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's it. And there hasn't been really anything updated on it, has there? August 14th of 24. And that's really the last time he posted was in last year. Hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes you wonder. Hey, B Slim's wonderful to see you, dear.
It definitely does.
Also, let me check something else here.
There are a lot of correlations with Dudley's page.
Yeah. Hmm. It definitely makes you think about certain things. That's all I'm going to say. That's why I'm looking into all
Yeah.
these names and different things within this case, trying to find
Yeah.
other things that might have some kind of a correlation, like you were saying. Hmm. Just saying. All right, guys, I'm trying to pull up some other stuff too. Just bear with me, please. I'm sorry. 1 second here. What the hell is that?
I do think there was a video where someone had recorded going through the tunnels to the school, and you end up kind of in like the back room area in one of the apartment
On what?
complexes.
That deadly page?
And on that Deadly page, they post. I think there's a picture of the back room, a back room too. Very weird.
Hmm. Hold on a minute. One second. Okay. So you're saying that on the deadly page is where that's at?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I couldn't find that. 1 second here. Let me pull that back up. Okay. Go back to that. Bring that back up here. Okay. Is there anything here? No. No. Okay, hold on. So where do I go from here with this one?
There'll be a picture of the back room.
Is this it here? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back room is okay. Looks like it's underneath the bleachers.
Mm-hmm.
into them. Okay, so got lost in the back room. Yeah, this is under the bleachers. I can see the.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the hell he's doing there. I don't know. That's wild. Very weird. Yeah, well, the tunnels. Listen, there's tunnels that I looked into a long time ago. You guys, there's tunnels that run underneath, like on campus for sure, underneath all the sidewalks. It's where they keep all the pipes and stuff to keep the college warm and maintenance for the water lines and all sorts of stuff, guys. There has to be types, tunnels and stuff like that. That's how they. Captain Jenks is in the house. What's up, brother? And I understand. Welcome. Yeah, they show it right on. That's how I found it initially. Was on the Idaho website. They had all the steam pipes and all that stuff there. Now I looked because somebody swore to God to me that there were tunnels under the house, so on and so forth. There's nothing under the directly under the house itself, folks. But there's sewers. Okay, there was manholes out in the middle of the roads down there. You can get down underneath and stuff like that to go through. What's up, Cap? Good to see you, brothers. Whatever went on with any of that, if anything at all, I don't know. I could never find anything that was like locked down, but I did find all them tunnels underneath the college. Okay, and they run all around through there. They're underneath the sidewalks that are on campus, so on and so forth. Again, they have to have access to be able to fix stuff, steam pipes, all that kind of stuff. The steam pipes, from my understanding, there was an interview with a maintenance guy they talked to at one point. Talked about that's how they kept the sidewalks heated in turn so that there was not a lot of ice and snow on the ground when on the campus on the sidewalks and stuff was part of it, but there's more to it. And there were stories about students going down and partying in the tunnels and doing other things in the tunnels, and there was a couple bad stories about girls being attacked in the tunnels and assaulted in certain ways and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just it's bad, you know what I mean? There's bad stuff going on all over the place at some of these places. But now this is definitely underneath. This is probably part of the stadium, folks. All of this, because you can see all the stuff they have for like soccer and all that stuff here. And then the bleachers are obviously right here, how they're built. So, that's exactly the whole point, Cap. That's what we had been told, and we looked into it. If there was a tunnel to the house, it would be university property, and it wasn't anymore. So, well, it was, but it wasn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, the tunnel theory didn't make a lot of sense to me at first when I looked into it, because I'm like, what? How? You know what I mean? But and under the house, you could even see when they tore it down finally. It was a crawl space. That's all you could see under there. We went looking different ways, but it is what it is. Everybody has different outlooks on different things. And I have absolute respect for everybody's feelings and thoughts on things. That was for Halloween, or he called it Spooky Day. I don't know. This dude kind of disappeared for a minute. Okay. Why? A lot of these guys did. Coco, do you still have the 4chan stuff? Because I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure that this guy was involved in writing the 4chan stuff.
If you go, that's possible. It is possible.
I guess my opinion. It's an opinion, like I said, because some of the things that were said, this guy was an ass, guys. He was nasty towards women. He had no respect for women. Obviously, or he wouldn't have been thrown out of a bar for groping and saying nasty things to women. You know what I mean? That's just no. And I also had.
I think there's some drawings too.
What'd you say, Coco?
I think there's some drawings too, some newer one, like towards the more recent.
I can't find anything that's super duper recent on here. I gotta wonder though. Was he involved? Right. He was involved in ROTC, wasn't he?
Probably.
Because if you go back, look, this here. Okay, you see how they're both wearing the same outfit?
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I do that all the time. I'm such an idiot. Hold on. All right, so you see how these guys are both wearing the same outfit? Red, white, and blue Adidas jumpsuit or warm up suit, whatever the hell you want to call this. I have a feeling that could be part of like a uniform to some aspect. Like ROTC, when my son went into ROTC before he went into the military, they did stuff like this. They wore like warm up outfits. They all wore the same thing. Okay. That's what that reminded me of. And the fact that that guy's got it, the dude's that is a K-bar knife, period. Absolute nothing but that's a K-bar knife. So, and he went in the military. We just saw that. It makes you wonder. Yes, Tomboy, that's fact. That's what I found when I looked into it. When we got the blueprints and stuff and looked into that, that's what they showed us. So I'm going to guess that this is an ROTC thing, possibly. Again, remember the question that Destiny Martin asked? The girl that ended up in the car accident and passed away? Could that knife have come from the ROTC program? And Chief Fry wasn't happy with that question. I'm pretty sure that they are handed over these types of knives. Well, I got pictures too, Tomboy, but that was what we looked at a long time ago. But anyway, do you know what I'm trying to say about that, Coco? With they're both wearing the same outfit. I gotta wonder if that's some kind of like an exercise outfit they give you in ROTC. What's that?
Right, a standard issued.
Yes.
Weapon.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's all. Whether they're joking around or not, the standard, it says it too. Sigma Chi rule number 1: eliminate the biggest threat in the room. September 20th of 21. 2 months before. No, I'm sorry. That's a year before. My apologies. But anyway, back to the. You said there was newer drawings or something.
Go up, yep, go to the top.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, those.
Oh, the murder.
Not necessarily that. Not this one.
Yeah, that's the one I just reviewed. I still can't get past this statement here. Are you the guy in relation to the murders in Texas? And somebody says, what? And then says Texas with a question mark. And then that Lice Arujo says none with a weird face with a tear. And then underneath it, it says relatable. He says to that Lice person, relatable. I'm sorry, but that's sus as hell to me, making that statement. That's all I can say.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange things.
It's like we were talking about in the past, you guys. Like talking and like cryptic talking. Okay, you know what I mean? Saying things in cryptic ways that at some point will make sense in some way, but don't in another way. That's what I'm trying to say. And when you got people that are involved or surrounding this and they're making these weird ass statements, that's what bothers me. Is all I'm saying. It's just wild. The whole thing. Uber dump time. It could mean nothing, but it absolutely could mean something. That's all I'm saying. It just makes me uncomfortable. Completely uncomfortable. Now, the other thing I was going to show, hold on if I can get to it. Let me try this again. Give me 1 second. Where are we at here? I think this is right. One minute. So do you guys remember the name Reed Upmore? Does anybody remember that name? I know you do. I know you do. Give me a minute here. Let's see if I have the right one. Maybe not. Let's try this again. And the funny thing is with a lot of these people, all these people had ongoing like social media accounts, right? When all this stuff went down, everybody seemed to disappear. That's all I'm telling you. It's like odd things, in my opinion. And now I can't find it. Just a minute. It was something that I had found before, and now I'm not. I've gone back to some of this stuff. Give me a minute here. Oh, maybe 1 minute. Okay. Is it gonna load for me? Come on. All right. Yes, no, maybe so. Nope. Oh, okay, hold on. That guy, I started looking into him about a month, looking into him again about a month ago. He's listed as, from what I understand, a forestry technician. He went to University of Idaho, got a bachelor's degree in forestry. So the guy knows how to handle rough terrain and stuff like that. It doesn't mean anything in terms, but does it? Forestry and inventory management, stuff like that is what he did. So, and he was what the hell was he? Alpha Gamma Rho, I believe. Give me a minute here. And this is the one, if you guys remember, the one that gave Haley a hard time. If you guys remember.
Yep, he did.
I'm not. Yeah, this is all. I'm trying to pull it up, guys. It's not giving me a lot to show you guys, but that's what he looks like now. It's hard to see it because it's kind of small. That's really all you're seeing. Sorry, Beach Babe. This just gives a little bit of info about him. What he did, so on and so forth. But these people have stayed off of, this is what my issue is. A lot of these people have stayed off of social media since this went down. Why? Yes. Yes, there were photographs taken and it showed him. No. Hoodie guy was Jack Showalter, Cap. But yeah, like I said, they stay ever since this goes down. If there's no involvement, so why are you not on social media all of a sudden? You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. That's what bothers me. A minute. Okay. Yeah, a lot of them did, Noel. I agree with that one too. And this was his fraternity here. Alpha Gamma Rho. like I said, just little things that go along with this. January 30th of 23. Reed turned 21. So this was literally just a month and a half after this all happened. And there he is there. Anyway, I don't quite know what that was, but gee, look who we have a picture of here, folks. You know who that is, right? Big Daddy Green. Surprise. University of Idaho Alumni Association. There he is. The man seems to be able to put himself in anything. So anyway. Hey Stuart, good to see you, my friend. Noel, Kivik, welcome. All you guys that just jumped in here. So moving on. Also, Hayden, can you shut the door? One second. This was the other Upmore brother. His name's Ben. Right here. There was some other stuff here, but there's, like I said, a lot of their stuff that was on like social media has been cut to nothing. If there's anything at all. When I'm looking for these people, I can't find shit anymore on them. It's all gone. Again, if you had nothing to do with anything, why are you hiding yourself and all your stuff? You know what I mean? Like most of these people live on social media and all of a sudden it's just gone. I wonder if we think that they're staying on social media because they have their settings. Well, it could be that too. Living Dead Girl, that's a good point for pointing that out. I get it. That's very possible too. It's just not accessible because we don't know. They're not friends with us, so that would make sense too. Yeah, we were talking about Reed at some point too, Noel. And that's a good point too, Fizzy. They could have been harassed. That's a very interesting point. I agree with you. So again, just some little things, like I said, but hang on here. There was also something else that I wanted to show you guys. If I can get to it here, give me a second. Give me 1 minute. There's a new set of, if I can pull it up here. I always struggle with this for some reason, but give me 1 minute. It's kind of interesting. Miss Sarah put this together. Give me 1 minute. I'm having technical issues today, you guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is doing this to me today. Yeah. Second here. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull this up real quick. Okay. This will not let me open this. What is going on today? Sorry, everybody. Please bear with me. It should just be. There we go. All right, that opened. But let me see here. Sarah's still in here. Sorry, you guys. Nope. He won't let me open it. This is crazy. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Somebody had asked me about this photograph. Okay. Again, so this will open for me. So let me blow this up here real quick. So somebody asked me about this photograph, right? Now, is it going to let me open it bigger? That's the problem. It's trying to blow this up. Oh, there we go. So, are you still here, Hemi?
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of the other day.
Yeah. So see the rug? There's the rug. But here's the thing. Right here. Of course, it's all blurred out because that's where she's lying, sadly. But I believe that might be blood right there. Okay.
It looks like a big old blood pool.
It is. Okay. And there's the rug.
Or a pool of blood, however you want to say it.
So you came into this room. We didn't look in the closet. And the bed's to the left here. Okay. You didn't see this. That's all I'm saying. That bothers me. That's all the bigger I can make it, unfortunately. I wish I could get way bigger, but I can't. And her head's facing the wall. Her feet were at the door. I don't think I do, but I'll look real quick. Doc J, give me a second. Trying to get in here. There was a few pictures that were being asked about recently that I was going to show back. Let's see. See the spatter, the little drops all over the floor here.
What I can't seem to get over that goes to the extreme that they've gone through. Make sure that everything that is redacted for a reason and for a purpose.
Sure.
In my humble opinion, and that's to control the narrative.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
my absolute big huge question is, what is it about these four people here that was worth all the effort they put into to cover this all up and frame an innocent man on top of that?
See, I don't think it's them. I don't think it's them at all. I think it's who did this to them is what the cover up was. That's the biggest problem right there. And why, if that makes any sense to you. Who did it and why they did it is where the cover up is. In my opinion, of course.
No, it's, of course, I hate to be funny, but it's kind of like the litter box fit theory. Have you ever gone to somebody's house and go, damn, some smells like shit, and they got a damn litter box?
Yeah, of course.
But they're so damn nose blind to it, they don't even know it.
They don't realize it, right? Hey, Michelle.
That's pretty much what we got going on here, because everybody's looking at it going, no, that's kind of odd. No, that's weird.
Right.
Yeah. Everything's strange. It's just,
of course.
And to hear that, the footage that's going to get cost was over $100,000. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
So you prefer to make they made a lot of money off this case.
Oh yeah, that's
very simple. So
absolutely.
It's
again, this is Maddie and Kaylee were. And I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but if you look over here, see all this on the wall over here, all over the beer box, and right here on this bag, that's all blood, you guys. So it's all over the room.
Maddie's room? That's Kaylee and Maddie's room, or
I think this is Xana's room. This is where the blue powder was at with the rolled up $2 bill. I think that's it right there. Again, this was Xana's room, and we've seen all this already. Yeah, the mirror was blurred out because of reflection. Good point. More spatter. There's see the rolled up $2 bill. There's the card that was used probably to chuck it up, whatever you call that, ground it up and then line it up or whatever it was. And that's what I think this might be here. I'm guessing it's Adderall. Now, this is the other office room, supposed office room. All messed up there. Shit thrown on the floor. You gotta wonder why.
So if you can imagine going back to that picture where that big old blood was all over the floor behind the door. I mean, that door was closed and or barely cracked. You can't. I can see it. Somebody can inadvertently step into that big, little blood and be able to track that all over the house.
You talking
This
about
what?
back here?
Yeah, go back to Xana's room.
Oh, wait a minute.
The very first one that you showed. Because I'm thinking like that Layson print that they found in front of Dylan's door,
The latent print, yeah.
the Layton print.
Um,
I'm wondering if that's probably where that came from because, you know, Hunter's been in that damn house 15 minutes before. I say 15 minutes, but according to that one interview we saw yesterday, he might have been there at 5 o'clock. So he had an whole hour in the house, sort of speculating here, just going by the interviews. Say if he was there at 5 o'clock and he's just roaming through the house,
right.
cleaning up or doing whatever he's doing, and he's stepping in that big old pool of blood. So
Mm-hmm.
now he's tracking on that blood going down that hallway. I'm wondering maybe that's where that shoe print that was left in front of Dylan's door came
Well,
from.
that shoe print supposedly happened because of the cleanup. That's the way they put it. That's why there was a latent print there because it was after, and it had to do something with the cleanup. I'm guessing that's the way they explained it. But 1 minute here. Oh, that's when he got transferred to Canada.
And I just find it very odd that I have not yet found anything on that knife that was on the table yet.
There isn't anything. Nothing that I could find.
Things that make you go,
Yeah. 1 minute here.
They went, in my humble opinion, a full blown damage control over this whole thing.
Yeah. Yes.
I can even tell, like we was looking at all the interviews that we've seen, it's all been scripted. It don't matter who was in doing the interview. It was all scripted. They all said the same thing. It was not even hard questions. It wasn't even softball questions. You know, it's straight PR move. You know, make sure, you know, when we do this, we'll just cover this all up and we'll get back to normal soon. You know, that's just my
Of course.
vibe that I got from it. It was.
And they're redacting things so badly. Okay. Look. These are some of the document things that I was pulling out and going through here. Watch this. I'm trying to find it busy. I don't think I've ever seen that. Unfortunately, the pictures of her room. But look at this. Look at the redaction.
Yeah.
It's completely not even words. They just said fuck it and redacted the entire page. Okay. For what reason? Consent to enter and retrieve Washington State University keys. This is when they were going through Brian's stuff in Washington, okay? This is the warrant for return to service and all that kind of stuff for going into his apartment and all that. And they redacted all of this. You see what I mean? Something's wrong. It's just like the JFK files, Cap. 100%. It shouldn't be that. Never should be that redacted. This is the amended non-dissemination order.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all messed up, man. It's I come across a few things going down there. And as you pass the sheath, and then they've got several things they've redacted and really I can't make sense of it anyway. I'm not a professional. I'm just looking through it, but there is some statements that they've done to explain where they got the DNA from and all that, but you had to go all the way down. And there is two things they've labeled as suspect, but that's not named Brian Koberger, but they got that redacted.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, they had another suspect.
Right.
But we can speculate all day long.
I still want to know who SB is. I want to know who the initials SB belong to. Now here's a supplemental disclosure on the DNA test, right? I have been informed that by Detective J.R. Talbot of the Idaho State Police that on November 13th, a sheath was recovered at the King Road residence under or next to the body of Madison Mogan. The Idaho State Crime Lab obtained a male DNA profile, suspect profile from the sheath. This is also referred to in Sergeant Blaker's sworn statement, Exhibit A. On December 27th, law enforcement officers, agents in Pennsylvania recovered trash that originated from the Koberger family residence, and the trash was sent to Idaho State Crime Lab for testing. On December 28th to 22, the Idaho State Lab reported that the DNA profile was obtained from the trash. It was compared to the suspect DNA profile, and the lab personnel concluded that the source of the trash DNA profile was male and was not being excluded as the biological father of the source. But this is not at all how this happened. Okay? It's just bullshit, guys. I think... Wait a minute. That might be... I think that is Loach's wife. Noelle? Who are we talking about, hon? It's all obvious, guys, that what this was.
Whose wife did you say?
Noelle said David Loach's wife. I didn't know he had one, but
I didn't either.
this is 3 years later, so anything's possible. You know what I mean? Okay. There was one specific thing I was trying to find in here, but it's just not coming up right now. Or it's not in the... I'm not in the right place for it.
I was going through there looking for that knife that was on the table.
Mm-hmm.
That was my whole point of going through there.
It's in the forensic documents, 1798, I think it is. The ISP forensic documents.
I did see something that was referring to the table.
I just don't know where this document went that I was trying to show you guys. Hold on. And then also there was something new. I think Pavarotti may have covered it. Hey, Meg. Megastar. Busy. I'm sorry, busy. Well, I hope you feel better. Sarah, are you still in here? covering up to cover up. Good point, Patty.
Hey, I think I'm gonna hop off.
Okay, Coco. Thank you for helping me, hon. I don't know. I was trying to find something, and I kind of wanted your thoughts, but when I find it, I guess I'll let you know because I can't find it now. But I appreciate you joining me up here. I really do.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Every time, anytime, dude. Thank you so much.
All right,
Very much
see ya.
appreciate it. Take care, hon. Bye-bye. I can't find it. So I'm going to go to that next thing I was going to bring up here. Hold on. Give me a second. Sorry, guys, for the technical issues today. I'm really, I do apologize. Damn it. So then the next thing I'm going to do is review this here. Hang on. What I was trying to find was the document. I'm wondering if I'm happy to see you're here, B. We missed you. Blue Rain, welcome. I was trying to find the document, and I had it yesterday, but I don't know where the hell it went. The unsealed closed hearing documents. I think Bob went over it. He had it. Sarah put it out on the thing she does, and I don't know where the hell it went. I had it this morning, and it's gone. Where the hell is? That's why I was asking if Sarah was still in here. If she was, if you could like email that back to me, Sarah, because I can't find it. And I had everything set and ready to go. I wanted to review that with you guys too. Anytime, V, anytime. Always love having you here. It's the unsealed closed hearing with Josh Hurwitz, you guys. And I had it this morning, and how the hell it would disappear, I have no idea, but it's gone. I don't know where it went.
If there's anybody out there that wants to join us, hit that link on top of the chat and come up here and talk to us.
If you do, Meg, please send that to me, hon. I don't know what the hell happened, you guys. I lost a bunch of stuff somehow. I had everything set, ready to go from last night, and it was all there. I just had to click on it, and boom. Oh, there's Lucy, the lifesaver. I can't click it in here, though, Lucy. You got to drop it in Discord, hon. I know. She probably already did. I'm just behind. Yep, she did. Oh, Christy did. No, did Christy do it too? What she did. Wait a minute. One second. 1 minute there. Okay, I got it now. Bingo. All right, good stuff. And Captain Jenks, good to see you, bro.
Hey, guys, how you doing? How's
How
everyone?
are, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm hanging.
Good. It's great to have you back. We was worried about you for a while there.
Well, I had some health issues I've been handling, so I just the doctor's appointments. But
Gotcha. Yeah, we were looking for you. Alicia and myself were reaching out, and I was like, I hope he's doing all right. I know you said you were having some health issues at one point, but it is great to see you back, sir.
it's good to see you.
Very much great to see you back. Is that all there was, Meg? Because I thought there was a couple. Did I maybe not load the right thing? Hold on. That's why. It was through my X account. Okay. All right. So I'm going to hit this real quick. This was the closed hearing with Josh Hurwitz, you guys. Hold on here. Angel D, my favorite Aussie's in the house. Good to see you, Angel. So let me read this to you real quick. Thank you again, Sarah, for putting this together. I will allow defense counsel and state's counsel, if they wish to watch the proceedings by a one-way camera, there will not be the ability to interrupt the proceedings or to be seen or heard from the video feed. The court can make that available by a court Zoom or a court WebEx that affords the state equal ground to what the defense had in terms of an examination, avoids the issue leading into new diagnoses that were not part of the defense's waiver, if you will, and create the risk of using that evidence as aggravating rather than mitigating, lessening the impact of the mitigating evidence. I should say I also am concerned that by not seeking that extension as soon as the state knew that it would need to, which was by April 3rd or 2nd when defense counsel objected to that testing. The state essentially gave up the ability to do that, and it waited too long to seek the intervention of the court. That will be the scope of the ruling. Are there any questions about that? And then counsel for the state, this is Hurwitz, says, is the report due 21 days from the examination or from today? The judge says, I would like to get your doctor in there within the next 7 to 10 days at the outside. It doesn't sound like he needs to send things out to be tested, to be scored. He will be able to get a report done within 14 days. That's where I'm coming from. The 21 days from now. 1 second. Lucy, you're a joke. That's a mess. I love it.
New stuff, Dago?
This is newer. Well, kind of. Not really, but kind of.
Okay.
1 minute. Something I didn't get a chance to go over before, but it's a document per se that was closed. You know what I mean? Like a closed hearing.
Yeah, yeah.
So I never got to really go over this one, and I saw that it was put out.
That's what we've been waiting 3 years watching this case to start seeing this stuff, you know?
So much of it too, and there's more coming. I'm trying to go through these documents and see what has actually been unsealed, that's redacted, and all that fun stuff. So, just saying.
Yeah.
I was looking through there the other day, and I'm trying not to get any hope about nothing, but I know he don't do what he released to put new tags on it. Now you don't put that on there at all. But I was wondering, is there a reason why he's slowing it down now?
Probably because they don't want to release it. That's my opinion. I'm just saying. There's stuff coming. The third round should be coming, but they're taking their good old time with it.
I'm wondering if there's a reason behind that.
I think he's just taking his time because I don't think they want to drop it. That's my opinion.
I'm hoping that something's in the works, is what I'm saying, Dago.
Well,
I ain't
yeah,
trying to get my head. I ain't trying to get my hopes up about that. But I'm just saying.
I don't think
Maybe.
that would slow it down. I just think I don't even know. I don't even know, to be honest with you, what to think. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know why he's dragging his ass on this one either.
Isn't the families have some kind of a lawsuit with them to
And that's
not release
well,
stuff?
well, that was for certain photographs from the crime scene, Cap. But maybe it has something to do with this new lawsuit that might be being filed for Washington. I don't know yet, but don't quote me on anything I'm saying, you guys, because I can't find answers to the questions I'm asking. If it's the cellular stuff, that's why. That probably Kim's probably right. Typically unique, stead. That could be why. That's a good point, Kim.
Yeah,
Very good.
that right there is probably what we're all waiting for Cyril to come out and have his say.
Yeah, I still very curious, very curious.
But I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up. I'm not saying anything I don't know, but I'm just saying that
No, I get it.
if you're slowing your roll about something that
Yeah, agreed.
without me speculating, or I am speculating, that then there's something that's being talked about behind the scenes
Very
that's
possibly.
slowing
Yeah,
the process down.
yeah, could be. It could be. I don't want to say that as a fact, but it's definitely something to think about for sure. You know what I mean? Is wait, I already read that part. It's hard to read that. Call back to the court if there are scheduling conflicts that our expert has. Impress upon him as this is Hitler saying this to the importance of getting this done. I don't want to bleed this into June or July. Hurwitz says understood. Thank you. Then, of course, Hitler says, Ms. Taylor, do you have any questions? She says, no questions. Thank you, Your Honor. He says, I'll follow up with a written order. End of case. And that's it with that one. It was kind of ridiculous, but okay. Thank you, Meg. So, and thank you, Sarah, for putting that together like that. I don't even know what to think of some of this stuff, you guys. It's just ridiculous. It tells me, like I said, it tells us, in my opinion, we know who Hitler was, what he was doing, why he was doing what he was doing, in my opinion. So he was very biased, guys, and he shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been at all. He did a lot of things that judges are not supposed to do. It did indeed go into July. That is no lie. So, and there was other thing. I've been trying to look up these names, like I was showing you a little bit. Coco was helping with some of that stuff. I'm trying to find any information on some of these names for some of these people that we've been looking into here and there. So, 1 minute here. Let's see what else I had here, if it's going to work. That's gross. 1 minute. What's up? Good Lord, have mercy. Come on. Why is it such a bad day today? So,
I'm sorry, I'm just not very talkative today.
Not your fault. I'm just trying to figure out where everything went. 1 minute. I think I lost my. By the way, that interview, that Lyndon Beck interview, just so you guys know, I think Plunder said she got it too. There's a 10-minute interview that she FOIA'd from Idaho, and they charged her $100 for that 10-minute interview. That one we watched yesterday.
Was it heavily redacted?
I mean,
the one we watched was heavily redacted.
It's the same one she got that we watched. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So $100 for that, folks. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing to people because they're trying, in my opinion, they're trying to get people to not want this shit. Okay. That's just how I feel like this is going down. So.
Yeah, it's their way of trying to get people to lose interest.
Yeah, if they put a high price on it, people don't want it, according to what they're thinking.
Yeah, of course. And they stripped it down to bare minimum. They can strip it down by all that redactions they were doing too.
Yes.
Isn't it free for Idaho residents, though?
Some of it is, yes, I believe, sir.
Yeah.
If you live there. That's what I was told.
Yeah, that's what I heard, too.
Mm-hmm. So supposedly, supposedly there was another issue that Koberger was having while in prison. I think Harsh did something on it. I can't find anything documented on it. Here, let me show you guys real quick what I'm talking about.
I mean, if you look at throughout the history that once somebody's convicted and then go to prison, they're still getting talked about even long after they in prison. That says a lot.
Yeah. Yes. Here, let's check this out real quick. He'll explain this. Harsh Reality, guys. If you guys haven't checked him out, you guys should check him out. Subscribe. It's kind of weird. It's just real quick here, but I've had a couple people ask me about this.
You beautiful, beautiful, amazing, wonderful people. It's Saturday. It is Saturday. You know, when you're saying Saturday, we think, what's he on about? Why are we talking about bananas? And that is because Brian Koberger is apparently not happy with bananas. And we're also going to just look in as well later on in the video about the prosecutors and why they were going to bring his family into this entire debacle that is the Idaho 4 case. But first of all, let's have a look at what they're saying about bananas, shall we? It's fucking insane, this is. So look, it says Brian Koberger now moaning about type of bananas he gets in prison. You can't make this stuff up. Well, apparently you can. Apparently you can. There we go. Look, cold-blooded killer Brian Koberger is truly going bananas over his prison food. Let's not forget that Brian Koberger is apparently a devout vegan, despite the fact that he seemingly is okay with handling a knife sheath that has kind of become a bit of a nightmare to him, should we say. This fucking elusive knife sheath that disappeared, then reappeared, then everybody called because they didn't get to see it, and then all of a sudden we see it, and it's not quite what we expected to see. And, you know, I still can't fathom why this doctorate student studying criminology thought that that would be a good idea to handhold a knife sheath as he went into this house. I'll never ever understand it. I'll never understand it. But look, you can only imagine that if he is indeed the killer, which he said he is. He said, I did it. Well, he didn't really say he did it. He just agreed to the terms of a plea deal that ultimately saved his life. People don't seem to be able to distinguish the difference between proving someone's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and someone bailing because they don't want to get shot. But it says, look, the quadruple murderer is adding yet another complaint about his life at the maximum security Idaho prison, where he's serving a life term, whinging about the Una peeling bananas he's been given. Koberger, who turned 31 behind bars last week, has been constantly complaining about conditions at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution, where he's been housed for 4 months since he was sentenced to 4 lifetimes in prison after he copped to the quadruple homicide of University of Idaho students in 2022. That's quite a good phrase, really, how to put it. You know, it doesn't say after he was proven guilty of slaying 4 students from the University of Idaho. It literally just says, look, after he basically copped it and said, well, fuck it, I'm done. Now he's complaining about the type of bananas he's being served. Chris McDonough, a retired homicide detective who works at the Cold Case Foundation, which is ironic, bearing in mind that Chris McDonough himself has been involved in using the Reed technique that extracted a wrongful plea, if you like, a confession to a murder in Michael Crow that this young boy, and I say young, he was a minor, had never actually done. So, yeah, that's quite ironic that in a case where you're left to believe that someone...
That's the reason why none of us like McDonough, right there, for what he just said.
One could have indeed accepted a plea to get or avoid getting the death penalty would be covered by a cop or an ex-cop, retired detective who himself has forced people to plead guilty or to confess to a crime that he didn't commit. Again, if you don't know what irony is, it's in the dictionary with Chris McDonough's face next to it. They're not the kind that he likes, McDonough said. I'm not sure if that means they may have bruises on them, or he doesn't like that, or if there is a particular type of banana that he likes, but he's complaining about the food he's getting. You can't make this stuff up, right? The guy's a quadruple killer, and he's complaining about his bananas not being the type that he likes. Koberger has made at least 5 formal complaints since he arrived at the Kuna, Idaho Penitentiary, so the prison staff hasn't put much stock into his latest grouse, McDonough explained. The prison is saying, well, deal with it, the ex-cop said. The former criminology PhD student has apparently not been adjusting well to the clink and requested to be relocated to another cell when his fellow inmates launched a relentless campaign of taunts when he arrived in August. There is Brian Koberger there. And again, there's going to be people who believe this guy is innocent. There's going to be people who believe that this guy is guilty. What I must say and stress is I don't know, because I stand by the fact that I believe that if someone is going to lose their freedom for the rest of their life, then we, the public, should be shown beyond a reasonable doubt that they deserve to have lost those liberties. But look, some people just don't care. Some people are around cases like this for entertainment. Some people are just here so they can be told that they're right and feel good about it. The neighbors would take turns yelling into the vents to his room at all hours of the day, and Koberger whined to staff that he wasn't able to sleep, McDonough said at the time. It seems that...
And all of this shit that McDonough's saying is bullshit because he has no idea that this stuff is happening. That's the whole problem, guys. It's all bullshit.
Chris McDonough is getting a live feed from Brian Koberger's prison cell. I don't know whether it's something that you have to subscribe to or whether this is a bit like the Truman Show, but he seems to know everything. And soon after his complaint about the harassment, Koberger filed another grievance saying he was being threatened with sexual abuse. I'm sure that there's members of the Gonsalves family who are pleased about that. In an August 4th letter, Koberger claimed an inmate said he would bitch fuck him, and another said the only arse we'll be eating is Kobergers. Mind you, if the bananas aren't that good, maybe arse is the only thing that you can eat that tastes nice. I don't say that from experience. I've just been told. Koberger went before a panel of 3 during an August 12th housing placement hearing that was determined that he should remain separate from the general population for the protection of staff and residents, as well as for his protection, the Idaho statement reported at the time. He objected to the type of cell that he's in, the size of the cell and where it's located, McDonough said. McDonough, who during his career specialized in understanding predatory behaviors, said Koberger thinks he's earned notoriety for his crimes that entitles him to special treatment in the slammer, which means his griping may not end anytime soon. Koberger is going to keep pushing the envelope and pushing the boundaries as far as he can get them, McDonough said. There is Brian Koberger flexing. If I had a body like Koberger's, I would be flexing too. Mind you, he does look slightly like, I don't know, is he actually having a shit there? Possibly. It's about power and control, the retired detective said. He was a nobody until he murdered 4 people. He was irrelevant to the world. And now he's Brian Koberger, who slaughtered 4 people, and because he didn't have to stand up in court and tell the world how brutal these crimes were, he holds the cards. And he's trying.
And that's, like I said, McDonough has been saying this. They didn't give him the option to stand up in court and say what he did or didn't do or whatever it was. Because remember, they said if he did, he'd be lying.
Trying to leverage that, McDonough said, of the perverse thinking. I would argue that that's not the case, because ultimately he could just say, look, people want to know what happened, give me some money and I will tell you. Instead, he's complaining about bananas, this mass murderer who entered into a house apparently and slain 4 students while they slept, even though they weren't asleep. And law enforcement weren't killed for 8 hours, and it seems that every man and his dog is, well, sadly, the only person who's not earning from this, ironically, is the dog. And the dog is probably the only one who deserves to actually earn some money out of the Idaho 4 case. Poor little fucker. And now he's Brian Koberger, yeah. So Koberger in July took a surprise plea deal, admitting to slaying Kaylee Gonsalves, Anna Knodel, Ethan Chapin, and Madison Mogan on November 13th, 2022, while they were not sleeping, in their off-campus house in Moscow. The prosecution agreement came just weeks before his high-profile trial was slated to kick off, and meant he skirted the possibility of receiving the death penalty, which raises huge questions, massive questions, as to what in the blue fuck monkey balls Idaho was doing, considering that this is potentially one of the most heinous crimes that they've seen and likely will see. They are a death penalty state. They had just spent $1 million in upgrading their bang room, and yet they didn't want to use it for this individual. And subsequently, since he basically said, okay, I will accept what you've written on this piece of paper and sign it, and yeah, whatever, to avoid going into that room, they're just failing at every single hurdle to provide evidence that would say that he deserves to be where he is. And it's getting more and more and more, how can I say, clear that what they're having to do is do things like this, which is Brian Koberger prosecutors reveal why they plan to have murderer's family testifying against him at trial. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, whoa, there's going to be some mind-blowing shit in here. There's going to be some shit that blows your hair right back. And what is it? Ultimately, I'll tell you what this is ultimately about. Brian Koberger faced off in court with his own sister had this murder case gone to trial. And why would he have faced off against his own sister? Because fucking years ago, when he was in the grips of drugs and that kind of jazz, he stole her phone and sold it. That's it. That's literally it. I don't even have to read any more of that, because that's literally it. They were struggling so much to prove that this individual was the person who entered into this house and done the aforementioned crime, that they needed to dig back into when he was younger and had a drug problem, that he nicked his phone or nicked his sister's phone, went to sell it, and dad grasped him into the popo. Fuck it, you can't make it shit up, I'll tell you. That's your killer, ladies and gentlemen. That is the killer Brian Koberger. The person who is vegan but has a leather sheath that he carries around with him, apparently, enters in this house, does this crime in lightning quick time because he's a motherfucking ninja. Everyone else around it seems to get more and more money as time goes on, and less information that says that he deserves to be where he is comes out. He may be guilty. He absolutely may be guilty. But one thing I do know is they have yet to fucking prove it. And
And that's a fact. No way have they proved anything. So This next thing I'm going to read you is little graphics, so trigger warning. Okay. Let me read this to you the way this was written now. So, 1 second here. Let me find the exact right spot here. When Brian Koberger was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole in an Idaho courthouse, this was written a while back, but then the bottom part was updated more recently. Welcome, Kat. Good to see you. He declined to say a word about his crimes after being lambasted by family and friends of the 4 University of Idaho students he'd murdered almost 3 years ago: Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana. But hours after the door closed on the case, the Moscow PD released around 300 documents related to the investigation, offering a window into what the agency learned about the brutal killings in 22, which shook the community and the country during the course of its investigation. This is the first group of investigative records to be released since the killings occurred. Because of the sweeping court orders, the case has largely been shrouded in secrecy for more than 3 years. The judge overseeing the case has announced that the public could expect to see in the coming weeks or months potentially thousands of additional documents related to the crime and investigation. The newly released police documents revealed the horrifying extent of the crimes and unnerving sighting by one of the victims' surviving roommates in the days leading up to the killings. Now, listen to how this reads, you guys. This is why I'm going through this with you right now. They also indicate that at least one of the victims fought back intensely. We all know that there were 4 that fought back. Okay, they all had defensive wounds. They also reveal Koberger's discussions with police after his arrest. There's a couple little nuggets in here that are interesting. So, killings, right? The kitchen door of 1122 was ajar when officers arrived, and blood was smeared on the walls and floors. Now listen to this. Blood was smeared on the walls and floors, coating the 4 college students' belongings and pulling by their bodies, which were in different areas of the house, according to police reports. Okay. Some of the victims who were stabbed multiple times were covered in so much blood that officers responding to the home at first were not able to sort out what their additional injuries there might be. Their faces were so badly damaged as to be unrecognizable, according to the police report. Okay. Kernodle had defensive knife wounds on her hands, the police report said, and it was obvious an intense struggle had occurred. On the 3rd floor, Kaylee and Madison lay together in a bed under a pink blanket that was covered in blood. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection and blood splatters on the wall. ABC News, Kim, is who wrote this. There's, oh shit, SRB's in here today? We are lucky. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Okay. Are you hearing that there? Maddie appeared to be laying against Kaylee. Now, we heard something completely different, but okay. Maddie had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands. Those are defensive wounds, by the way. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her eye to her nose. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged, report said. According to the coroner's report, Ethan's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery, and also his jugular vein was severed. Oh, I didn't even see you there. Welcome, Kane. How are you, bud? Sorry.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you back there.
You're good. I just came up.
No problem. Kernodle's fatal injuries were from stab wounds to her lung and her heart. She also had 50 stab wounds, mostly defensive, according to a report. Both Mogan and Goncalves were stabbed in the lung and liver. Goncalves had 2 brain bleeds and a stab behind her clavicle, which cut the vein and artery. She had over 20 stab wounds as well as injuries connected with an asphyxiation and blunt force trauma. Sorry about that. The coroner determined that the coroner, mind you, that would be Kathy Mabbitt, but that's not who. Whatever. The coroner determined that the murder weapon was not serrated, single-edged, very sharp, and that a lot of force was used. She would also later determine that the shape and size of the K-bar knife Koberger purchased on Amazon was consistent as being the weapon which could have caused the injuries on all 4 victims. That's bullshit. She said something completely opposite of that, guys, and you know that. When investigators discovered that, When investigators discovered that the tan leather knife sheath of a K-bar had been left behind at the crime scene, they canvassed Moscow area to see where locally, if anywhere, the killer may have bought the knife. They visited numerous sporting goods and hardware stores to no avail. By the way, one of the jobs that Cole Berenberg had was working for a sporting goods store in that area, just so you guys know, according to police report. Then at Walmart, while perusing knives on display, the investigator learned something else important. The Walmart employee helping him said that about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-age male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. She was unable to provide such detail, other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. That is not Brian Koberger. And that she told him they only had camo ski masks available, and he walked away. And Brian never ended up, this person didn't even have a regular ski mask on. It was a balaclava. So, according to what we were told, at least. Surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen would later tell police on the night of the killing she saw a male intruder clad in all black with a black balaclava ski mask on, obscuring most of his face. But she did think she saw his bushy eyebrows. Bullshit, lie, not true. After the killings, investigators also spoke with Koberger's fellow students at Washington State University, where he had been pursuing his PhD in criminology. A fellow teaching assistant said that he considered Koberger a friend and that he was very intelligent but also selfish, and that Koberger would often mislead him when it came to their shared work and would have him complete work meant for Koberger. That doesn't make him selfish. It just means that he knows how to get ahead in life. Koberger was also frequently 20 minutes late to their class. Okay. You see how they're pointing all these things out, guys? This is so stupid to me. I'm sorry. The two also discussed Koberger wanting a girlfriend on many occasions. The fellow TA said Koberger also liked to discuss his area of study, which was criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes, according to a report. The student also told investigators about some injuries he witnessed on Koberger's face and hands. Again, bullshit. Because we saw Brian the next morning. There was no injuries on his face or hands. So that was something that somebody made up when they came into effect looking for things that they could find on Brian. People made shit up, folks. Facts are facts. Are you still up here, Kane? Yeah, okay. I just noticed the bottom picture.
I'm still here, yeah.
So, again, they made this shit up after Brian was taken into custody, you guys. This is ridiculous. Okay? I'm not even going to read the rest of that because it doesn't say anything else. Oh, yeah. The student also saw wounds to Koberger's knuckles on 2 separate occasions. And when he asked Koberger what happened, he replied that he had been in a car accident. There were no knuckle injuries on that man's hands. He probably had dry skin from washing his hands incessantly because he had OCD, folks. That's exactly what I'm telling you. I believe it was. On the night of the killings, Bethany Funk. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up. I skipped a paragraph. In an interview with surviving roommate Bethany Funk, police reported she described to investigators an unnerving incident early in November of 22 that she recalled Kaylee Goncalves had told her about. Funk talked about an incident with Kaylee who stated about a month ago that she saw an unknown male up above their house to the south who was staring at her when she took Murphy the dog out to go potty, police report said. On the night of the killings, Funk said between 4 and 4:20, when prosecutors say that the murders happened, that she heard what she thought was a firework and saw a spark on the ground from under her door, then heard Murphy barking, according to a report. We all know that. When Brian Koberger was arrested on December 30th, he repeatedly probed investigators, asking why he was in custody and what they wanted to know from him. According to a police report, at the same time, he acted as though he had only peripheral knowledge of the quadruple homicide that had occurred in Moscow, Idaho, the month prior, according to the report. Koberger was brought to the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks and put in an interview room and made small talk with police, telling one detective that he looked familiar and looked like someone he used to know. Koberger said he understood why they were engaging in small talk, but would appreciate it if we explained to him what he was doing there. The detective, whose face he had noticed, asked why he thought we were there, to which Koberger responded that he wanted the detective to tell him. The detective said, "We were there because of what occurred in Moscow, but did not provide any further details." A police report said that the detective then asked Koberger if he watched the news, to which Koberger responded, "I watched the news." The detective said that they were there because of what happened in November just off the University of Idaho campus and asked Koberger if he knew what that was. Koberger replied, "Of course," elaborating when prompted that it was the incident that we had been investigating for how long has it been. He said he was aware of a homicide because of a WSU alert that he received, referring to Washington State University. He said he wasn't certain when he had gotten that alert. When asked by the detective if Koberger wanted to talk about that, Koberger replied, "Well, I think I would need a lawyer." Sorry, guys, hold on a second. I think I would need a lawyer. Where did it go? Completely lost my spot. Koberger then asked if we would explain to him what we were there for specifically and added that he was tired, the police report said. Investigators had questions and things that we hope Koberger would help us understand, the detective explained, to help their investigation into the killings. Koberger sat back and said that he had the utmost respect for law enforcement, but stated it was a constitutional right to speak with an attorney. The police report said, but Koberger re-engaged again and asked what questions we would have for him. The detective confirmed that Koberger understood his rights. Koberger asked again what specifically we wanted to talk to him about and the reason. At other points in the chat, Koberger talked about his interest in criminal justice, saying that he thought about being a police officer, but did not want to make that commitment unless he was absolutely sure. When asked what led him down the road of becoming a professor, Koberger said that it was because he loved being in college, and he stated knowledge was far more important to him than money. That's a good point. He also told police in the room that he was raised Christian, but was always a skeptic, except when confronted with the beauty of the natural world. According to the documents released Wednesday, Koberger would be described by fellow inmates who encountered him in the jail as highly intelligent and polite, but that he had annoying habits. Koberger, they said, would wash his hands dozens of times each day and would spend 45 minutes to an hour in the shower and would be awake almost all night and would only take a nap during the day. Well, I don't blame him there. So, we already saw all that. On one occasion, a fellow inmate said that he overheard Koberger video chatting with his mother, which the inmate said he did for hours each day. While the inmate was watching sports, the inmate watching sports said, "You suck," to one of the players on the team, at which Koberger immediately got up, put his face to the bars, and aggressively asked if the inmate was talking to him or his mother. The inmate said that it was the only time that Koberger lost his temper. So, again, guys, this is still the narrative that's being put out completely. And there is Bucky Bill. Gotta love Kane.
But what you just read is exactly why I popped up here real quick. Yeah. First of all, I'd say Harsh. We know he's definitely eating ass every chance he gets. I mean, come on, that's Banabas. for him to deny it. Also, what we've been told by all these experts and all the documents we've read is that what you said in that article is that Xana was putting up this tremendous fight, and we picture her doing cartwheels and Batgirling it out, and she even lost one of her digits almost, right, on her hand.
I think more than one, but yeah.
So you got to figure that when that happens, that is, for lack of a better term, squirting all over the place. And if it started in the hallway and finished inside the bedroom, which you would, assume, this crime scene doesn't show that.
That could have actually, dude, that could have happened in the kitchen at this point. I still truly, honestly feel that there was something in the kitchen that happened. And
yeah, the way it looks like it happened somewhere else and that they were placed there because it's just a puddle in one area. And the prosecution hasn't said that there was a cleanup, have they? They were just going on what Ann is saying about that.
It was stated that there was. Michelle, I want to show that video. If you have it, if you could send it to me, I will definitely show it. I'm trying to find it now. Keep going, bud.
No, that was everything, I think. Let me see. Harsh Banabas. Yep, that was it.
Well, I mean,
let's talk about the bust. Have you discussed the bust in North Carolina with anyone yet?
Yeah, we went over that yesterday.
You did okay.
I think I put it up on my title as a possible motive. My opinion. Like, let's see, is this a motive as to why this happened, possibly? And then we discussed it a little bit.
It certainly fits. And then, have you talked about what Twiz talked about the other day?
No, we talked about it that day when he talked about it. We did it that day here when he was on panel. But
you haven't looked into it further.
Not anymore. Not anymore. No, I mean we talked slightly about a bit of it with that whole the motive thing I did yesterday and all that, but that was about it.
Lucy seems to think it's more of an occult occurrence. I guess she finally revealed her opinion on it, her true opinion. But at the same time, it does fit the scenario. It's something we've heard from the beginning. It fits a lot of circumstances.
There's a lot of different ways you could look at it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Absolutely. But at the same time, it's he says it's trusted and verified information, but it's secondhand. It's still what, no matter at the end of the day when you look at it.
Of course. Welcome back, Jen. No, I agree. And there's many people that are going to look at it in many different ways. I absolutely believe that. Without a doubt, the thing that cannot be denied, at least in my opinion, is that there is a cover up. There is a, oh, dude, really? Why? There is a cover up, and there is, it goes to very high limits, in my opinion, as far as like who's involved. That's, at least in my opinion, that's a fact. Everything we've seen, everything that we've talked about, everything that has been shown to us, in my opinion, takes us in that direction, I have to say. The reasoning for it is not 100% yet. And exactly who is involved, of course, there's a lot, but, we don't know who for sure. There's the two big problems right there.
Well, you have to ask yourself this question. Who would law enforcement hide stuff for? Which it does seem that they're hiding something. Even Andrew D. Myers. I just saw him at a show the other day saying that they're hiding something. Who would they hide stuff for? They would hide stuff from themselves. A mistake of their own.
Their own people. Yes, that's where my brain has been for a while with everything that we've seen, with who it leads to. Yeah, they're gonna cover up, in my opinion, their own mistakes, their own mishaps, their own bullshit. That's just me. That's how I feel, at least. So,
but then you move it up to that level of national security where they're able to do all these redactions on everything, entire pages, just like you showed right now. And that is not typically a privilege that you can do at this level of law enforcement. I don't think, without any kind of answering of questions to it, or and so what's the next level, I think, is the key. And you have all these agencies involved,
right?
It draws so many questions there. I don't know. What do you think, Hemisphere? How you doing, Captain Jenks?
How you doing?
Nice to see you guys.
I was going to say too, when it comes to interrogations and the read technique and confessions and stuff, if there's no substance to it, it's pretty much worthless. Like if you go back to Watt's case, he told them where the victims were, the bodies were, and everything there. He drew it on a map, and they went out there physically and found them. So, you can confess to anything, and then read technique is a way to make it easy out for you just to get out of that room. But with no substance, confessions are pretty much worthless. But if you could tell them, hey, weapons buried here, I used, this is here, that's there, the victim's here, when it comes to confessions, a lot of people went to prison for false confessions. So,
yeah, it's a good point there, Cap.
Well
Good
said.
point.
Well said.
Yes, always good points, sir. I agree. Very good point. Yes.
I forgot to say hi to Angel D. Hi, Angel D.
You have to say hi to Angel D. You have to. Everybody has to.
It's a must.
Yes. Now, one of the things that somebody pointed out to me about an hour ago, I got an email on that I hadn't seen until just now. I thought I should share with you if you haven't seen. It's kind of interesting. It comes from a channel. She calls herself Booking with B. I don't know if you guys have followed anything she's put out at all. It's kind of interesting. I'll just say that it's something slightly new. Not new, but we knew about it, but it's got a new point to it. It's kind of interesting. So I'm going to play that for you guys real quick and get your thoughts on that as well. Sorry. Yeah, I've been watching some of her stuff, guys. She's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I played her clip of hers at the beginning of my reel the other day.
Yeah. She's been kind of interesting.
She's good.
I've come across her breaking down the Dylan statements.
Yes. Yeah, she's been putting out some interesting stuff. I've been following a lot of her stuff lately. I'll just be honest with you guys. So if you guys have not yet subscribed to B, I put the link right there. Click that link, jump on over, subscribe, check it out, and hit that notification bell because you don't know what she's going to say from one day to the next. She does some interesting stuff, truly. And she's going in the right direction, in my opinion. So I'm definitely...
She's in TikTok, right?
Yeah, I believe so. It just formats over to YouTube, I think she shares it through YouTube as well.
I think more and more people are coming over from TikTok to YouTube.
I think what they're doing is they're doing like a multi-platform thing. I don't do that because I kind of have done that with like Twitter and stuff. I don't have the ability to control all that. But I'm getting better with it, so it may happen.
It's like Twitch. Twitch don't have the restrictions that YouTube has, so you can get buck wild if you want to on Twitch.
Yeah, you could. I don't mess with Twitch too much, but regardless, this is interesting, guys. I don't know if you guys have seen her with this video yet, but this is interesting.
Something pages. Let's dive into it. Okay, before I go into Dylan's 11/17 interview, I wanted to make this video because I found a bunch of stuff in the new documents that I just wanted to point out, the 2,000 something pages. And then there's also this. I just found out my remote photography group has video from a tripod that was stationed behind the house. It recorded from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and shows a woman running from the side of the house as a truck entered the driveway. She ran away from the house and right by her tripod at approximately, almost but not completely accurate exact, roughly 2 a.m. A group member removed the tripod, and I don't know who has the video. It is the group's right to not disclose why we record, but we would send in recordings in special circumstances. I've seen this before. People keep sending this to me. I don't know how legitimate this is, but if this is true, who was running? Who was running away from the house with a truck pulling into the driveway? And who was the truck entering the driveway? Was that?
Hang on. So we've been looking at this lately, this truck thing, okay? I just found out my remote photography group, we know all about this tripod thing, okay? We heard about this from day one, okay? That was stationed behind the house. It recorded from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Shows a woman running from the side of the house. I'm guessing that's the back portion of the house, where people seem to call the back slider at the side for whatever reason, okay? So that's the side, I'm guessing. That's the only thing I can get out of this. From the side of the house, as a truck entered the driveway, she ran away from the house and ran by our tripod at approximately, almost but not completely accurate or exact, roughly 2 a.m. Again, this time has been popping up left and right, you guys. 2 a.m. like every day. There's something
2 a.m.
new.
is a dark hour.
Again, we keep going back to this 2 a.m. time. Outcast and I, Twiz, we've all talked about 2 a.m. roughly being a time that makes some sense with this. And many other creators are saying this stuff too, okay? A group member removed the tripod, and I don't know who has the video. Where the hell is this video, you guys, and who has it? I'm going to guess a law enforcement agency has this, and we'll never see it. Because it probably, again, this is my opinion, has the truth on it. Or at least some of it, okay? It is the group's right to not disclose why we record, but we would send in recordings in special circumstances. I'm just saying.
Hunter Chapin? Because his SUV was in the driveway, remember?
So are they talking about a truck or an SUV? Two different things. It could be both. I'm just saying.
And why would a woman be running away from the house and right by the tripod that was stationed behind the house? And who would that be? Because it can't be Kaylee and Maddie. They came home together and went inside and went upstairs with their food. So what woman would be running away from the house? And does that mean that someone then caught her? It's just something to think about, because this.
So thought process, folks. Did somebody get out of that house, one of the victims, and start running, like getting away, and she was caught and drugged back in? We don't know. We don't know.
Didn't Eon Harsh say something about seeing an expensive SUV out there at the same time?
Well, yeah, and I'm wondering if that is this loud ass turbocharged sounding SUV that we see come around the corner at 429. If it had been there before that, comes back around. The one that's parked there in front of the house, that Ford, that's not expensive looking. It's not decked out. It's none of that stuff. Or was there another vehicle there around 2 a.m. that we don't know about?
Yeah, he specifically said this thing had like expensive wheels on it, and
Yes.
and you know, it was a high, maybe BMW, Mercedes, I don't know,
Right.
but he said it was a high-end SUV out there, and I think he said it was black, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was absolutely said it was black. That's the only thing he could remember in detail, if you remember right, Cap.
Yeah, so it works out to very interesting. I tell you, it works out to the same time frames.
Yeah, right, and that's exactly, sir. And yes, Jen, nothing, nowhere, anywhere is it said about this damn tripod video. Where the hell is it? Who has it and who's holding it? I'm dead serious. Like, I really want to know something about this video. At least explain where it's at or why and who has it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure if Van Taylor knew about that, she'd be all over that.
100%. 100%. That's just my opinion, yes. Yeah, of course they did say it was debunked, but maybe that's just a way to get us to stop looking at it, Leah. You know what I mean?
So a tripod was set up behind the house and ran all night?
That's what was said, and then all of a sudden
Wow.
the cam was taken, everything was taken down, and it disappeared. Where is it? Truly.
Huh.
You know what I mean? It's never came out in the documents. It's never came out in any reports, any of the supplemental stuff, nothing anywhere. Why?
That's odd.
Who's hiding it, and why are they hiding it? Because I'm telling you, you guys, if it's being hidden, which it seems to be that it is, that there's probably some form of truth on this. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shows a woman running from the side of the house. Or was it at 2 a.m.? Okay? I don't even know.
She's running on the side of the house at 2 a.m. that night.
As a truck enters the driveway at 2. Now, we do know Maddie and Kaylee supposedly got home at 1:56. We don't know time when Zan Ethan gets home. So just saying. Oh, there's Sarah. Sarah, can you email me what you've been putting together so I can go through that and look through the new stuff as well? Please, dear. If you don't mind. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna put my email up in a chat real quick.
There you go.
That's interesting. This is the first time hearing about a tripod.
No, I heard about it at the beginning.
Oh yeah, this is an old tale here.
It's been out since the very beginning, but nobody's ever heard anything else about it. That's probably why you haven't heard about it, Hemi.
One interesting point about the video claim itself, woman running from the house aside, is what we were talking about the other day. Who has black SUVs? Am I right?
Yes. Yep, that's true. Who owns black SUVs? Good point.
And if you watch the P. Diddy arrest, you can answer that question very easily.
We already know that federal agents drive black SUVs. Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the only SUV that I know about anyway was the one that Jack D said that was parked right in front of his house. That tan SUV. And it was lined up where you could see that little alleyway to 1122.
Yes, that's true. And yes, Twiz is right. So
good point, Twiz. Yeah.
So do certain types of bangers, for lack of better terms. Secret Service does.
I'm sorry, Dago.
You're good. Secret Service does. Drug dealers do. Many people drive black SUVs because they're dark and they can get around at night without being seen too much.
But from my understanding, that from what Jack D said, it was sitting there for a while too. So,
like it was being watched. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that too. Let me play a little bit more of what Miss B is talking about here.
Definitely places someone, if this is true.
Thank you, SRB.
This places someone running away from the house. And then what happened to that person that was running and why were they running? I just want to go over a few little documents because these are the emails between the forensic team and Bill Thompson or the analysis. And this is permission to consume all samples on the sheath. So consuming all samples means that you're using all of it to try to find a match. This is why they could not go back and rerun this through CODIS. When Brett Payne, when they asked him, why didn't you run the other samples? And he said, because we already had this in CODIS and we couldn't rerun it. It's because they consumed the whole thing. So once they did that, they couldn't run it back through. So they weren't going to let it go. They were going to clutch it tightly because that's all they had. So for everybody that's like, they had so much, the sample was so large. It wasn't so large. It was enough to run into CODIS one time, and then there was nothing else left of it. This next document sorry, I have a cold. I was like super sick yesterday on Thanksgiving, and I didn't want to post on Thanksgiving because I wanted people to enjoy their holiday. But this next document, let's read it. Spoke about submitting a reference sample from a possible suspect, redacted, and blood swabs from redacted and blank, and 2 swabs from house. I agreed to these items. I was unable to access DNA tracker. Their evidence person, Tim Smallridge, stated he could no longer access pre-log and could not pre-log the items. They have a captain heading down anyway and wanted to send the items. I said I did not have anyone in the office who could assist with the pre-log, so we would take them as unlogged and get them taken in on Monday. If they were able to pre-log, please do so. If not, we will enter them manually. He agreed these items did not need to be rushed and would be worked on in normal queue. Next, called to discuss items received. I asked about the gloves as we had not discussed it and there is no additional information on the package. He stated the case agent from Moscow PD collected it from the parking area of the house and stated there is blood on the glove. I asked if no blood on the glove, do they think it is related and we could collect where? He said they would cross that bridge when they got to it. Excuse me? He does not think the glove will be suitable for latents. I asked about 2 items labeled blood swab as there is no information on the package.
Yes, she's awesome, isn't she?
Excuse me?
I like that. Excuse me?
Yeah, she's awesome. I love it.
Okay.
I
So
like
the other
that.
one, she's like, okay.
Right,
Are you
right.
fucking kidding me?
Yes.
All right.
Kim's
Speaking
asking,
of things that, are redacted that raise eyebrows, how on earth to this very day, with all these FOIA requests and people researching, and Lana and you and me and everybody, has Kill the Clones not surfaced? How was that buried so deep that I realize that it's irrelevant, but still, you have redactions from, let's just call it Eugene, Oregon, all the way over to Moscow, Idaho. Pullman is redacting their stuff. They're redacting the Brent Kopaka business like it's a national security crisis over there.
right. Very good point, sir.
Very unexplainable. The known knowns are just not enough to add up to a name or a reason.
Right.
And it's funny that we're sitting here looking for a motive 3 years later. A motive.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And I think that Captain Jenks can verify that the 3 things that you look for when you're a detective is motive, means, and weapon, right?
Yep, absolutely. You're right on point with everything. Right
Yes,
on point.
sir. Yes, sir.
I'll tell you that thing with the tripod. That's interesting, but not to get out of something similar happened with that with Charlie Kirk. The guy got shot. He went on the ground, and before the guy just turns around and takes the card and the camera. It was the first thing he did. The guy's still on the ground.
Yeah. Very, very quickly. Candace said she got that footage, but still, why would you do that? Why would you be worried about that when the guy just got shot instead of worrying about him? You grabbed the
like
camera
you're
first.
breaking down his stage after his show. With that kind of callousness.
Yeah,
And also with Charlie Kirk, there was no BLOD on the way from the stage to the car.
Nothing. There was not even a drop. You can't see it. He should have been. He was pouring like a faucet, folks. Okay, and we're going to be getting into Charlie's situation here pretty deep coming up too, just so you guys know.
Right, chilling. Obviously, motive means an opportunity, and also the weapon, of course. Yes,
of course.
Thank you, Chilling. Appreciate it.
His head of security had a nice little chat with breaking all that now. I forgot his damn name. I could send that to you, Dago.
Jack? You talking about? Oh, are you talking about Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, talking about his head of security had a interview with
yes,
an old Navy SEAL guy.
Yeah, you can.
He had his own podcast, Sean something. Anyway, he was going through all that moment to moment with him, explaining everything that happened. One key takeaway from that, and I know I'm going. He totally different from Idaho 4, but real quick,
No, it's
He
okay.
said that he had a phone call with, I think, the sheriff or somebody in law enforcement down there to see if they can get somebody to go up and have patrols in the catwalk that was right
Mhm.
behind Kurt. And
Yeah.
if and he said, "Okay, I got you," which they never showed up.
They had
Uh,
6. They had 6 police officers there.
so he was saying that he had extra security for that day, but they don't have the right of the Secret Service to do rooftop surveillance or having snipers on rooftops.
Right.
And
And like I
he was asking the local law enforcement, "Hey, can y'all get more of you guys to go up on the roofs and run the event?" That was before the event happened, and it didn't happen. And they were
Mhm.
supposed to have extra drones and everything else, but that never happened. So that's
There
what
was
I got out of that big old huge interview he had with Sean something. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head. That stuck out to me.
No, I agree. And like I said, when I first understood, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's no big deal. But that's what I had heard, that they had 6 police officers there. That was it. What? And said they couldn't afford any more. What? For your own people's protection, you should bring in whoever you can for a situation like this, knowing that it could turn into something. Okay. And yeah, when Candace looked at the video, she said absolutely no blood on the back of his neck for exit. Of course, they're saying that the bullet was lodged inside of him. It never came out. We all know that this is all crazy. This is what we're all about to get into over here. Something that I've kind of been standoffish with a little bit. I've been watching it in the background while I'm doing other stuff. Been following it, but I've had a lot, and I mean a lot, of requests for me to cover it here more. So we're gonna dive into that here coming up too. We'll
It'll
keep
make your
going.
head spin, that whole
It
thing with
already,
his
it already does.
wife and
Yeah,
Jiminy
everything.
Joseph, bro.
It gets deep. It gets real
Everything.
deep.
My head's been spinning for months, folks. It's already been there, so that's why I haven't talked a lot. I'm trying to get through some more of this. We've gotten through mostly all of it, so I said, okay, it's time for us to jump into the Kirk stuff, because there's a lot. There's a lot. We're talking about both, Meg. Don't worry about it, hon. So yeah,
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out if the bullet came behind Kurt or was it right in front of him or how all that happened. But
you want to know what I
another
want to figure out, Hemi, is how that a 30-06 bullet went into him and didn't blow the whole back of his head off. That's what I want to know.
no. Well, from what his head of security said, that when it entered him in the front of his neck, it went down into his down his neck where
Spine.
his vertebrae is, and it went into his inside of his chest, and that's when the round went off. So yeah, I mean,
I struggle with this badly, you guys, badly. I know guns, I know ammo. Eddie and I went over this one time. Neither one of us can get like in our minds to make sense. If a round from a true round from a 30-06 rifle, especially a Mauser, if that would have hit him the way, and this is my opinion, of course, because I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I spoke to many people about this. I've got friends that are military, friends that are police officers. Every one of them feels the same way I do. When that bullet hit him, it should have exploded the back through here for it to stop inside with the power that comes from that bullet. I don't get it. That's all I'm saying.
I think you might have to take calculation on how far out it was and the
Even
wind
then,
and all that shit too.
yeah, we talked about that one day with Eddie up here. Even then, I'm still like, come on, something's wrong. To me, that hole, if it's real, if all that's real, looks like it could be like a 22 round coming off of an AR or something. That's what it looks like to me with the damage that it did, but I could be completely wrong. I just struggle with this. Truly, I truly do. And that's what we're going to get into when we talk about this coming up.
I agree with you, Dagger. I agree.
I've been
I
around.
get it. I'm
ahead.
just going by what his head of security told
I
Sean
know.
in his interview. I mean,
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
everything is up for a great debate, but I mean, I've seen several podcasters that's been following Kirk case, and they all have that great debate about the bullet entry and if it hit him in the back of his head and in the front or however. But from his head, the security guy, he said that bullet hit him in the front of his neck and went down into his vertebrae and into his inside of his chest and then it exploded inside of his chest. That's coming from the coroner. That's coming from the doctor that was looking at him.
That's a big round. That's a very big bullet.
Yeah, that bullet wouldn't be tumbling to it. It was too close of a range to be tumbling at that point either.
That's my point.
Where you get that keyhole entry wound, you know?
Yeah, and it didn't. I don't believe it. I can't, you guys. That's why we're gonna get into it. Now I've heard a lot of. I've had so much sent to me, guys, that I've been avoiding getting into until we get into it. I had somebody send me. And I'm not laughing at it. I'm laughing at the thought of it. That there was a specific type of weapon that was created over in Israel. You know where that goes, okay? That it was part of the microphone that was. Now, this is something was sent to me. I'm not saying I believe this. That it was part of. This is about Charlie Kirk for a few minutes, Miss Norma. We're going to go back to where I was at Idaho, but I just have to tell you guys this. The microphone he was wearing connected to his shirt, okay? That there was some kind of a gun built into this that fired that directly into his neck. I can't with some of this stuff, you guys. I just can't. I can't. It could be true, but I'm not going to downgrade anybody that thinks that it is. I can't process something like that. I just can't. That's just me, okay? I try to stay as on rails as I can with the truth. So it, to me, that whole, based on my own experiences with weapons, guns, with shooting guns in my backyard on a regular basis, with me owning multiple handguns, rifles, semi-automatic, everything, okay? I shot many guns. That looks like a 22 round to me, the way it pierced his neck. If we're going to go forward, forward. That's what it looks like. The way he bled, it pierced an artery and he bled out. I get it. But once again, when you watch them run him to the vehicle, there's 4 guys carrying him. There's no blood. Where's all the blood? I don't understand it. Nobody had blood on them. I don't understand that.
Yeah, 30 out 6, man. That's like the size of your thumb, you know?
It should have blown. Okay, if it went in here, I can't imagine even at the trajectory that it would have slowed enough to be able to bounce off his spine. It should have went right back through the back and exploded out a hole like that, in my opinion. Okay, this is again my opinion, but none of that happened.
I can't believe you guys are talking about Charlie Kirk and you didn't invite me.
Well, you're always invited. It's just when you choose to join us. This isn't an actual Kirk conversation. It's an everything conversation. We just jumped into this real quick.
What's up, Jesse? How you doing?
You're invited, but your friend can't come.
I'm doing all right, but I got lots to say about this 30-06 and the ballistics tests and the. I think people are going about it the wrong way because a lot of people have tested would a 30-06 round blow his neck apart or whatever. To me, that's not the complete question because I think there is room to say that bullets can do strange things. Hunters will tell you that.
That is true. Yes, you're right.
So I would say there's like a 99% chance that a 30-06 round would do. So there is that small sliver of a chance that what the coroner is saying happened could have happened. But what bothers me is you got to combine that. That's one thing, but it combines with the fact that the video footage of the alleged shooter shows him in skinny jeans, sort of gingerly walking up some stairs. And you're to believe that he's got a 30-06 in his jeans. And
exactly.
He's not wearing the right clothing to be trying to conceal. Why wouldn't he be wearing cargo pants and a puffy jacket? He's wearing T-shirts and skinny jeans and Converse All-Stars or something like that. That's not the proper attire to hide a big, huge rifle. So it's.
Let me ask you, Jesse, real quick. So they want us to believe that Tyler Robinson climbed the back of the building, pulled this out of his pant leg, already put together, fired off, shot Charlie Kirk, took this apart with a screwdriver that he left on the roof, jumped down, runs into the woods, puts it back together without the screwdriver, wraps it in a towel, and off he goes. That's what we're supposed to believe, right?
Well, and then there's the different clothing he's wearing in the video footage.
Yeah.
So in addition to that, he's changed his clothing not once but twice.
Twice.
I mean, you're asking us to believe in these slim possibilities mounting on top of each other, and then you have the confession that reads like a confession, like the text messages read like a confession. They cover every single aspect that would be required to prosecute somebody for a crime. Like you have a list of things. I mean, I couldn't even confess like that if I tried, because I'd probably miss something, right? But it ticks every box, you know.
It's ridiculous, guys. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous.
I'll tell you, soon as he bent his leg, that thing should be bulging out from the jeans or under his t-shirt. And it's not. I don't see it.
Well, not only that, he jumps off the roof, and he's carrying. They say it could be wrapped in a towel, and then some people say he took it apart. All this taking it apart. I mean, a World War I or World War II Mauser, you take it apart in what, 30 seconds? It doesn't sound like that's possible. It sounds like that's an impossible feat. It's going to take you at least 5 to 10 minutes to take that thing apart and put it back together.
Yeah, and it's still big too if it's taken apart, you know.
I'm having trouble buying that. I'm taking that apart. And putting it
Well,
back.
I just don't think you can make it work if he didn't take it apart, is the thing.
I'm having trouble buying that.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's. I think it's misleading to focus on the 30-06 as like a single issue, because it's married to a whole bunch of other issues that are equally as concerning. And if you want to argue to me that it's possible that one of those things are as they say it happened, I will accept that argument, but I cannot accept that along these steps as you go along, all of the information is
no
that way. That just can't happen.
Eddie has the gun. Eddie took it apart, put it back together. He was like, Diego, this gun's not made to do this with. He goes, you can do it, but it's not made to do it. Not in the amount of time that this man did it. And then you put it back together and wrap it in a towel and leave it in the woods. What? Without the screwdriver, you needed to take it apart. Jesse, I mean, how stupid do they think we are?
When he jumped down that building, did it look like he had a book bag or backpack kind of thing in his hand?
He had a tote bag, yeah.
Again, though, he was running seconds after the shot was fired, so there was no chance to disassemble that weapon between the time they have him running and the time that the shot was fired.
Nope.
Even not even 30 seconds. Like, even if you could break down that weapon in 30 seconds, I still don't even think that there's enough time for him to do that.
But how did he put it back together? Somebody tell me that. Did he use his finger as a screwdriver? Now, guys, this is an old antique version Mauser type rifle, okay? Something else you got to remember, it doesn't have brand new screws in it. It doesn't have, it's old. Everything's wore down. You can't just strip this apart like nothing happened and put it right back together. And he doesn't have any kind of a military background or anything like that. He was taught by his grandfather, sure, maybe once or twice to do something like this, but that was it. There's nothing else there. If the guy had a military background, there was a sniper that learned how to take a rifle apart in 3.2 seconds, that's a different story. But he doesn't at all. Okay?
And then you have that confession that just doesn't make any sense. It's
None. And I'm gonna tell you,
seems very fake.
Yeah.
And then the motive as well. Like, not a lot of people talk about the motive. I mean, yeah, could you dislike Charlie Kirk because you've got a furry boyfriend and you know that makes you angry, but passionately enough to want to end him?
Yeah, because then you're not going to have a relationship with that furry boyfriend. Because you're going.
I mean, when you compare that motive to other motives like millions of dollars in a big nonprofit company or tax fraud in a big or not supporting the right wars or the right religious groups. It seems like there was a lot of people that had a lot bigger motives than this Tyler Robinson had.
You mean like people in other countries? Yeah.
Philadelphia, people from Philadelphia didn't like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that was a big other states. Yeah, that was a big problem too.
I guess that's a bit of a joke that Coach Colin, when he talks about other countries, he doesn't want to say them because he'll get demonetized. So he just calls it Philadelphia.
Yeah, yeah. But I know what you're saying. I don't remember. Was he ROTC, Jesse? I don't remember that.
I don't believe he was.
I didn't think he was either, but I could.
I think the ROTC comes into it because a lot of the people in the background, a lot of the witnesses were all ROTC. The people that provided the video footage of him running on the roof were ROTC. So all of a sudden, everybody they're interviewing is sort of connected to the case and has a motive somehow.
Yeah, and then we have the guy that's running up on the upper level that was caught after there, comes out of nowhere, and he's booking down that I don't know what the hell that upper run, and everybody kind of just gets out of his way, and he's not security, he's not anything. What the hell is he running from? You know what I mean? That's another point that nobody ever looked into that they should have, in my opinion. There's a lot of little things and red flags. That's why we're jumping into this, and a lot of issues that make me go, no. This is just common sense stuff, folks. No.
Did you guys all listen to that interview with his head of security on the Sean Ryan show?
That's what Hemi.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
That was mind blowing to me. A lot of the things that guy said, and I walked away from it with a take that I haven't heard anybody make. I mean, I've heard all the takes about, he was lying about the drones, he was passing the buck on to the sheriff.
Right.
But what I didn't hear, and I got to be careful how I say this because I know, I don't want to disparage people who have people of faith, but Sean Ryan asked him, "Where do you get your guys?" Right? And his answer, "I pray them in." Well, that's not a very fucking good answer. You know what I mean? Like, I understand this guy's religious. He talked about praying a lot, but his security outfit, the way it was described, it sounded a lot like a cult. And it's, the idea that he's going to say that he prays. I mean, I want to hear what is their experience? What qualifies them to be on your security team? What kind of certificates and training do they have? I don't want to hear that you prayed with them. You know what I mean? Or that, they're good Christians or whatever. I mean, that's maybe a nice added bonus, but in today's world, you have to have the qualifications, and just praying on it isn't quite good enough. And it strikes me as a lot of the incompetence from the security team was sort of rooted in leaning too heavily into religion and not enough into checks and balances. I'm hoping Charlie Kirk isn't paying a security team to pray for him. Let's put it that way. I'm hoping that he's paying a security team to, do the groundwork and take care of business. And when a sheriff says, "I got you covered," I mean, I laughed at that. The idea that somebody said, "I got you covered," so he didn't worry about it. I mean, to me, when somebody tells me I got you covered, that means I got to do it myself. You know what I mean? Like, anybody who just says, "Oh yeah, I got you covered," I mean, the chances of them actually coming through are pretty freaking low, especially somebody you don't know very well.
Absolutely. Very good point. Patty Barnett said that I guess Utah lost the video of Robinson surrendering to the police. I didn't know that. Is that true?
Yeah, that video footage, they claim that it was a 30-day retention period, so they just deleted it.
Oh, of course they did. They just deleted it. What's that sound like? Does that remind you what the FBI did in the Koberger case? They just got rid of it. They didn't need to hold on to it. Come on, what the hell, guys? Jesus Christ. Sean Ryan.
I keep saying, all these cases have the same players, the same mistakes are made, and at the end of the day, you got to wonder. Has to be some kind of connection. It can't all just be incompetence.
You guys, I'm going to give you my Christmas list for this year. Okay, this is what Dago wants for Christmas. I want to be able to cover a case that's black and white, clean cut. He did it or she did it, and we know that, and it's the end of the story. No, none of the conspiracy, corrupted, insane, ridiculous bullshit. I just want to see a regular case. That's it.
Maybe the Long Island serial killer. Is that straightforward?
The what?
The Long Island serial killer?
Yeah, that's the one I was just about to say about.
Oh, really? Because there's still corruption in that, Jesse. A lot of it.
Cops involved and a ring of filthy people, and
yes,
maybe his daughter and his wife were involved.
It may be. Maybe. Diddy is not. No. Kim, that's no. No, because look what he got away with. Look what he got away. What he got away with. Everything. The dude got nothing out of what he should have gotten. The dude should have been locked away for the rest of his life, and he got what? Nothing.
What was the end results to that? I'm sorry, I live in the cloud, man. I don't keep up with shit.
But
like
Diddy got, how many years did he get, you guys? It was
6 years, I think.
Yeah, it was a very minimal amount. 6 or 4 or 6 or something like that. Yeah, you're right.
And they had to drop all the trafficking charges, and he was just charged with hitting his girlfriend and prostitution or.
And we know that there's so much more than that that's involved, guys. It was all thrown out there, and then they pulled it back. Really?
How do you manage to get the sex trafficking thrown out?
Because of money, in my opinion. You got money, you can do whatever you want, Hemi. Yes, Busy says, so in essence, I have to go commit a crime, leave a bunch of evidence to point to me. That's basically it. Not you, Fizzy, because I don't want you. I want you around, but somebody needs to do that, I guess, without having investigators see evidence.
But that implicated a lot of people, especially, I mean, like actors. Actors.
There's a lot of people that got implicated within that.
One of them I was watching when I was a kid, like on Reading Rainbow, and he was also on Star Trek Next Generation.
Oh, Lamar. He got implicated in that too?
Yeah. He was in on that.
It's another version of the Epstein files, folks, is all that is. Truly is all that I believe it is. And they're on that list too, if you ask me. So
the people that you didn't think would be involved in something like that are involved.
Well, of course. Those are the quiet ones, are the ones you got to worry about, guys. We know that. I agree with Beach Babe that worry about the women that testified. I absolutely do too. That something in the future is going to happen. I agree with that. But yeah, guys, we're going to delve into the Charlie Kirk situation pretty deep. You know, I've been following it left and right. They're talking about his wife having involvement now, and they're talking about, you know, the fact that she had certain things set and ready to go before shit even happened, and all sorts of wild things. Wild things. So
I got one more piece of information that people are not aware of.
Okay.
Anybody on panel here, Kane, Hemi, Captain Jenks, are you guys, what do you guys know about George Zinn?
Oh, I know where you're going.
He shows up at a lot of these tragedies.
Yeah.
So he was at where?
Boston Marathon.
Anywhere else?
9/11.
Okay. Here's the deal. This has been broadcast on every channel. I've watched maybe not thousands, but I've watched countless videos where that's been repeated, and that's just not true. It's just not true. It all comes from a documentary that about 9/11 that there's an interview with George Zinn, and I don't know why they're speaking to him. But again, he does appear to be one of these people who wants to plant themselves in, seeking attention and get involved and plant themselves in these, seeking fame. It seems like he's definitely a character that tries to do that. Like who's that? The neighbor in the Idaho 4 case, the stoner.
Oh, Enan Harsh, yeah.
He's one of those kind of guys. But yeah, this stems from an interview in a documentary about 9/11. And what George Zinn says is he was in Denver watching a Denver Broncos game, and he was at his hotel in Denver, saw the planes hit the towers.
Yeah.
From the hotel in Denver. and was stranded in Denver because there was no flights back to wherever he was from.
Right.
And that was his take on 9/11 in a documentary. So he was nowhere near New York. He was not at 9/11, but this is every channel is saying George Zinn was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing. I tried to look into it a little bit. I don't think he was at the Boston bombing either. I think he was arrested for threatening the organizers of the Salt Lake City Marathon shortly after the Boston bombing.
That's what I heard.
And what I take from that is, if it wasn't for the Boston bombings, his threats would never have been taken. Like, his threats were probably very loose. And he wouldn't have been arrested. The only reason he was arrested, and this is just pure opinion on my part, but just the timing wise, it makes sense, right? They're on high alert because of the Boston bombings. He's got a dispute going with the people who were organizing the Salt Lake City Marathon shortly after that. So again, now we've got all these people out here in conspiracy land saying he was at the Boston bombing and he was at 9/11, and neither one of those two things are true.
Not true, right?
And part of this is, you guys have heard of flooding the zone, right? Anybody know what flooding the zone is? I know Kane knows what flooding the zone is. You plant
information.
You plant little pieces of information to confuse people, to discourage them from ever getting to the right track or discredit them, right? So now the Jeff H types or the Gray Hughes types can go and pick apart everybody who's said George Zinn was at 9/11, he was at the Boston bombings. He can do his little laugh and act all superior that, they're giving bad information and this and that. And, that might be an accident. It might be on purpose, but I'd suspect it's on purpose.
So they're trying to say allegedly he's a character actor.
Yeah, I mean, he may well be. He's some kind of something. Like
I agree with that.
I think he's a guy that needs to be looked into. But yeah, it really struck me as odd that this story got crafted about him and everybody ran with it and nobody's fact checked it, and it's just not true, and everybody keeps on repeating it. So everybody who does repeat it puts themselves at risk of everything that, they might do a lot of great investigative work, but they discredit themselves by repeating this untruth.
Good point. It happens a lot. Very good point. Interesting stuff, guys. So yeah, hang on to all that stuff you got there, Jesse, because we're going to come back to an entire show of nothing but Charlie Kirk, probably a few of them. So I know you've been waiting on it. I know you have.
Outcast never got back to me. I guess he's busy with the Idaho 4 stuff, but I'm definitely really interested in the Charlie Kirk stuff now.
Well, I will send you an email. It's coming up this week, the day that I'm going to start it off, and have you join me for sure if you're interested.
I'm interested as long as I got time.
Yeah, I know it's that time of year for you as well. So let me finish this video up real quick, guys. I didn't forget about it because there's couple other nuggets in here. But that right there is why we're going to be talking about this coming up, Charlie Kirk stuff coming up, because there is so much to talk about and to weed through. And we haven't really hit on it a lot. We did in the beginning, the basics of it, but we need to really delve into it and get moving on that too. So just letting you know.
I kind of hijacked you there a little bit with the camera thing.
No,
sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's what today's an open discussion anyway. Let's talk about Idaho and more, it says. So whatever we talk about is what we talk about. No worries, Cap. Always about it all.
Sounds good.
About where they are from. He said those are from blank. I told him we would be returning the long thing. He agreed to this. Again, just messy police work. We've got blood swabs, no information on the packaging, no information about where they're from, and we're just going to base it off of the cops saying, oh, I know what those are from. Let me tell you. Well, why isn't written anywhere on the packaging? How do you send in blood swabs with no information on them? Next document. Spoke with Rylene regarding subjects listed in Beast, unsure if these persons should be compared against crime scene latents. Why would we be unsure? Shouldn't you just compare everyone to the crime scene latents? Riley indicated that they were mostly neighbors and people that were willing to give their DNA, so she is unsure if any are persons that Moscow want to comparisons done against. So you are saying because people voluntarily gave their DNA and their fingerprints that you just shouldn't compare them? Is that how I'm reading that? Okay. Next paragraph. Spoke to Talbot about the persons that had been entered into the names tab. Explained that I only found an FPC for one of them. Did he want the latents that were developed to be compared to that person? He said, sure. And he thought Moscow was getting prints from the persons listed. I said, I might wait until I have everyone to compare against. Well, duh. Isn't that how you would want to do it? I asked him if he wanted the image numbers of the shoe and tire impressions to send to Natasha at Ada County. He said he thought Jenny Ayers had sent them, and I said no. They need to be submitted as evidence to Ada. He said they don't think the tire is related since they believe it was traveling in the wrong direction of the travel they think the car is going. He said to email the image numbers and he would get it to Moscow to get to Ada. So this Detective Talbot just decides that the tire impressions aren't important. And again, confusion as to where things are, who sent them, how they got sent. Just a mess, a cluster. Next, this one. I'm going to read the bottom of this, and you guys let me know what you think of this, because I'm confused by this statement. Asked about backpack and beer cans submitted for bio. Backpack no longer believed to belong to blank. Beer cans do not know who they are from. He stated they cannot say any of these are from the perpetrator. Would like to know if any from same unknown male as Sheath. I advise none of these can go into CODIS. He said he understood that. Why can't they go into CODIS? Why can't the samples on the beer cans go into CODIS? I'm confused. Advise none of these can go into CODIS. Is that an order? Is that don't you?
Because they'll knock out the other ones they already have, which is bullshit. We all know, but that's why.
Put them in there, or is that like they just can't go? I'm confused by this statement because this is regarding the backpack filled with Keystone and probably the Keystone cans that are all over the house. So I'm confused if you swabbed those, why you wouldn't put them into CODIS to see who they belong to, especially when you're going to say that you cannot say whether or not they're from the perpetrator. So shouldn't you check? Okay, this one's a doozy, guys. From the top. Received additional items for testing. Per Talbot, the defense requested items be sent to a private lab. He pulled the requested items and sprayed them with Blue Star. 2 items, a coat and a blanket, both from Dylan, had a positive reaction. He would like to have those items submitted to us for testing. I asked what the request for examination was, and he stated foreign DNA. I expressed application of Blue Star on these types of items was not the ideal first step, and I would need to speak with my DNA unit prior to submission to see what we could be done with those items. So this cop just took it upon himself, whoever did this, Talbot, who did this, yeah, to spray these items with Blue Star before even consulting with the forensic analysis team, the DNA analysis team, whatever you want to call them. Just spray them down. They didn't even check to see if this is what they should do. Called to discuss blanket and coat from Dylan. I asked for clarification on what was needed on these items and discussed limitations given they were previously sprayed with Blue Star. Per bill, these items were identified by the defense expert, Matt Nodal, during his crime scene examination. The defense provided a list of items they wanted to send to Nodal's office, and their office and D2 investigation discussed and decided it would be beneficial for Detective Talbot to first examine the items. I'm sorry, who decided it would be beneficial for Detective Talbot to first examine the items and to do presumptive test? He's a detective. Why did we decide that was a good first step? I stated we are limited in what we can do now. Blue Star is a chemical designed for use in crime scenes after all other testing is done. After all other testing is done, not to just be dumped all over the place. Let's see here.
Which we know will contaminate and destroy evidence if it is dumped all over the place, if there's too much of it put out. So, did they do that on purpose? Gee, I wonder.
They sure did spray the kitchen up well with it.
I really do like
100%, Cap. 100% they did.
That kitchen was dripping everywhere. That blue stuff was everywhere.
They dumped, and a lot of people believe they did that on purpose to destroy evidence. And I can't say I disagree with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yep.
because the kitchen wasn't part of the narrative. It wasn't part of the crime scene. Remember
Right.
those two rooms? So they go in, they destroy evidence in another room to make it stay in that narrative. That's just ignorance to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
It has poor specificity for blood, so it is not typically used in lab as a presumptive test. Studies have shown Blue Star does inhibit presumptive blood tests performed in a lab like Pheno and O total. We can examine for blood, but it is likely any stains we test will be negative. It is likely any stains we test will be negative. So can we trust that the jacket didn't actually have blood on it? The next one is there is no way to determine at this point if there is red stuff on the item. You guys can hold this down and finish reading it, but that's the gist of this. They doused those items in Blue Star, and then the lab could not definitively say whether or not red stuff was on the items or not. Let's dive into it. Okay,
Surprise.
really quick on Ethan and Xana, because I know we've all been wondering like where they were, when they got home, etc. So I was diving and searching, trying to find this tripod camera footage because people say that they've seen it, which means that it was floating around at some point. So I was looking and I found this text message. Now, again, I found this text message. I cannot say this text message is true. I cannot say who this is from. I found a text message and I want to show it to you guys because it would put a timeline on when Ethan and Xana got home. Okay, this is so hard to watch. Ethan texted my son at 2 a.m. and he's almost positive they were still at Sigma Chi at that time based on what the text said. That wouldn't put them at the house until at least 2:10, 2:15. My son called the tip line and reported this days ago, but they are still saying they think Ethan and Xana were at the house at 1:45. Frustrating. Now, if that is the case, that means that Ethan and Xana would have gotten home right in the middle of the hustle and bustle of everybody else being at the house. Kaylee and all the girls would have been upstairs in Kaylee's room. They would have literally come in when everybody was still awake and no one was in their rooms yet. So I'm just curious, again, why does no one know where Ethan and Xana were? And if this person called in a tip, what happened to that tip? And why are we sticking with nobody knew when they got home, nobody knew where they were, nobody.
She's absolutely right, you guys, because we were told one time at a press conference by law enforcement that they got home at 1:45 a.m. That was the one and only time they ever gave us an absolute timeline for those two. And then they pulled away from that. Going on down through the next 3 years, they pulled all the way away from it, okay? There's nothing. That is the only thing, and I'm glad she found that because I forgot about that. That's the only thing that we have that points to anything, but that's only based on assumption, okay? That's it. Absolutely it. Why have they not given us a time that those two are in the house? They have to know. They have to know. But they won't tell us. There's got to be a reason.
Ethan was the only one that didn't have defensive wounds on him, correct?
No, they're saying, Cap, that he did too. He did.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, he definitely did too.
If you're going to write a list of things that they know that they won't tell us they know, it's going to be a long list.
It's huge, Jesse. It's huge. It would take days to go through it, okay? And it's all a bunch of lies, guys. A bunch of lies. But they made sure they told us day number 2 or 3 that Ethan and Xana were home at 1:45. They left it there, and then, like I said, slowly but surely, they pulled away from that timeline for those two all the way up to the very end. And explain to me why, anybody, because nobody can figure that one out. There's got to be a reason behind it. There's a reason behind everything they do. So, on we go.
He knew where Ethan was, even though he never stayed at his apartment. He never slept there ever and was at the house nonstop, but no one knew where they were. Every day, this gets more and more frustrating. More and more frustrating. The more things that you find that are buried deeply because they came out in the beginning and now you can't find them anymore. Like, what the heck? What time did Ethan and Xana get home and why does no one know? They never made it to that other party that they were supposed to go check out, that other fraternity house. They never showed up. So they did not stay out. They went home at some point. Clearly, they went home at some point. So if they got home at 2:15, 2:20, 2:30, then that means that Ethan was home when Murphy was missing and more than likely helping to find Murphy, right? We can hear whistling. I mean, maybe Kaylee and Maddie know how to whistle like that, but it definitely sounds like there's a male with them looking for Murphy when Murphy's gone. And I would assume that Ethan wouldn't let the two girls go out in the cold and go search the neighborhood for Murphy at almost 3 o'clock in the morning. So where were they? Let's dive into it. Okay, there's a few other documents that I want to go over, and I want to show some things that, again, we have just been misled. I also want to just show things that confirm what exactly they got. So one latent print, okay? One latent print out of the whole entire house, one, okay? So for everybody that thinks there's these mountains and mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence, I'm going to show you exactly what they had. They had one latent print. Okay, so let's look at this document. We are rolling a crime scene team up there right now. Okay. This is Moscow PD's case. ISP is assisting, but Moscow is lead. Thank you. The autopsies are occurring today in Spokane. They do now have a suspect. November 16th, 2022.
So this is when I told you guys last week we did that show pointing to the fact that day number 3, they were following somebody. They were surveilling somebody. They had a suspect and told us they had nobody. That they had nobody. Okay. But day number 3, they did. 3 days later, they had somebody they were following around. We all know about it. That's what she's referring to at this point, I think.
They do now have a suspect, blank. They are following him to get surreptitious DNA sample. Who's that? What suspect did they have in 3 days? In 3 days, they had a suspect that they were following to get DNA samples? Who's that? He does have blank. I don't have a name to check. As of right now, sorry, I skipped the most important part of this document.
Now, this is why I want anybody that comes up with an idea to tell us who the hell SB is, because those are 2 initials that came out in the beginning. They read when I was reading through these documents. Nobody can figure out who the hell SB is. I can't find it. I can't figure it out. I've looked through everything I can. I looked through the list of initials and names that Tommy gave us. I can't find that either.
Did you check the Idaho football coaching staff?
The coach, no, it doesn't match up to him. I know what you're talking about. No, that was one of the first names we looked at. It's not him. I don't know.
What was that coach's name? Can you remember
right now? It's on I have it written down somewhere else, but it wasn't. His name was oh shit. It wasn't. It didn't start with an S, Jesse. Who the hell? All right, buddy. Take care, buddy bear. I don't work too hard, bro. Shit. It's a male. It is a male. It's not a female. It's a male. But what the hell was the football coach's name? Damn it. Oh my God. Was it Tyler? No. I'll get it, Jesse. I just don't have it right now.
There is breaking news, like just today, a football coach in Virginia missing, fled, busted for all sorts of inappropriate sexual stuff.
I'm not surprised.
I don't know the ins and outs of what he's accused of, but it was enough for him to be on the run.
I'm about to look that one up too and figure out who that could be. Yeah,
I was watching a recent episode of PAV talking about the football coach and the spreadsheets and babysitters and
yeah.
I thought it was really interesting that the cops actually asked the coach's wife, if she had inappropriate relations with Kaylee. I mean, is that a question that there's a lot, because it seems like there's a lot of things they won't ask Dylan and Bethany because they don't want to be,
they can't look down on him, right? They don't want to put him in a corner.
Yeah, they're treating Dylan and Bethany like we don't want to say anything that would be offensive to them, but you're just going to go to the football coach's wife and ask her if she was banging Kaylee? Like
he had an inappropriate relationship with her, which is insane to me, but okay.
Like, don't they need some kind of information that would indicate that that's a possibility? Or can you just randomly ask everybody if they were banging Kaylee?
Right. I mean, that's pretty shitty too. I mean, that's that's just gross to me. I'm sorry.
It sounds like that list might have been pretty long too, by the sounds of things.
What's come out so far? Yeah, agreed.
And I don't know. I'm assuming you saw the same episode that I did, where he breaks down how much salary she was making,
Yeah.
and he sort of comes to the conclusion that if she was giving her gross number instead of her net number, that she was actually making good money.
Oh yeah.
Because $3,200 a month is good money.
Sure.
But I don't think $3,200 a month is good enough money to buy a trip to Europe, a Range Rover, and a whole bunch of drinks for all your friends, all in the same month.
Sure.
That's not that good of money.
Not when you got to pay bills and stuff too. No, it's not at all.
Well, and the makeup and the partying and the clothes and
Of course. And she's
the
supposed to pay.
formal.
Yeah.
I mean, what's a trip to Europe cost? I mean, $3,000 for the tickets,
and then some, and everything.
$3,000 for hotels, another $3,000 for booze and food. You know, like I wouldn't be planning a trip to Europe for under $10,000.
If that, Jesse, that's kind of low to me, in my opinion, too.
I
Especially
know young people travel on a different budget, though, so I'm trying to be conservative.
Yeah, okay. We'll let it go that way, but that's still.
But yeah, $3,200 a month doesn't get you there, does it?
No,
and a new Range Rover.
Not when you're paying all of the bill, paying your own way every direction. That's what I was told. So, Twiz says I'd say that they were probably desperate to find an angle to blame someone with. That makes sense. It does. It sounds to me like they were really trying hard to find somebody to lay blame on at that point, and it just wasn't happening yet. So that's a good point too. Very good point. Yeah, the coach's wife Venmo'd with Kaylee, but it was blamed on the fact that Kaylee babysat for the coach's wife. So that's why, supposedly.
Well, that's the other thing. People that make really good money, do they babysit? You know, isn't that?
That's what
really
I'm
cost
saying.
effective?
Why do you need to babysit when you are making all this other money with these other things you're doing? You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I mean, I know a bit about babysitters, and most of them don't drive Range Rovers and go to Europe.
Not the babysitters I've ever had. Just saying. Good points. Good points.
At the very top. As of right now, the knife sheath is their only item of evidence. They have no other evidence, is what we're being told. We have had some recent developments in the last few minutes, and those are the bullet points that we just went through. I'm sorry. So we had a suspect within 3 days, and there it is again. Knife sheath is the only piece of evidence. The only piece. Here's the evidence that they collected from BK. Okay, here's your list. 1 through 12, A, B, C. Okay, none of these things, not one of them, connected him to this crime. None of them. Nothing about it connected him. The animal hair wasn't Murphy's. The hair that they found wasn't any of the girls'. His hair wasn't at the scene. So here's your list of what they collected. None of it linked him. Not one thing. Now, I want you guys to look at this piece of paper, okay? Evidence submission receipt. Date received, 12/5/2022. This is page 1. Let me scoot out of the way here. Hold on. It's at the bottom corner. It's page 1 of 5, okay? 1 of 5. Now we're going to look at the second page. Who's that on the suspect list? Brian Koberger. But I thought you didn't have his name until 12/19.
December 5th, folks. Remember that. There it is, right there. December 5th. Like was stated. They had his name very, very early on. Okay? I still think they had his name back on the 25th of November. That's just me. Just saying.
They probably had a roster of a dozen guys, and they just kept on trying to make them fit. And they had to settle on one guy without an alibi, without anybody to back him up. Crossing them all off the list one by one until one guy fit good enough that they could make it work.
Well, on the 25th, they were out looking for the car, the Elantra. They had a list of a bunch of people that had these Elantras, and they were just crossing them off one by one by one by one, in my opinion. And at that point, could have had his name at that point on the 25th. And you know what I'm saying by that. Go ahead, Cap.
When did the DNA come back? It was more than 3 days, right?
No. Well, according to them, it was within 48 hours, I think.
But isn't that the whole point, that he wasn't identified by the DNA?
Yes.
By having his name earlier, they could have, speculatory, but they could have made his name fit the DNA to fit their preconceived theory, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And
or plant that an idea that they planted the sheath, because if they didn't know his name until they got the DNA back from the sheath, then why would they plant the sheath? But if they knew his name, they wanted him to be the guy, they could have planted the sheath.
And that's why we've never seen, and we're not sure about the sheath. I think that's why Ann said that the sheath was placed at that point in time, okay? Because they had to get him. They basically got him and built the entire case around him, is what I believe happened, okay? That's why it took 3 years to get to the point that they did. They got him finally. They got the guy they wanted to use for this. This is how I say this, so excuse it. But they got the guy they wanted to use for this, and then they built this entire case up around him. And they used mainstream media to do it. Truly, they didn't do any work. They didn't have to.
Brett Payne planted the sheath, and that's why he's not a cop anymore. That's my opinion.
I mean, it makes sense, bro. That makes perfect sense, Jesse. It absolutely does.
That's the reason why I was harping on this about a week ago. We was talking about it because Ann Taylor was grilling Payne on the stand in the Franks hearing about this, because he said it was the 19th and she was grilling him. And what you said about January, that came from the original PCA.
Right.
That didn't dawn on me until after you told me that. And I go, well, that's part of the PCA.
Yeah.
So, but right about on the 5th is when Kohlberger switched out his license plates from Pennsylvania to Washington. And it was called on the tip. Now, meanwhile, they had his, if you check this out. So when they got his car, Payne decided to keep it all big old secret and keep it on the down low. Don't even tell everybody. If you come across it, don't even approach it.
Right.
Seriously, it's in the docs. So
you're right.
They're not even trying to get it out into the public. They're trying to keep it behind closed doors where it's all hush hush, and we keep it on the radio silence. One hell of a way to run an investigation, Payne, by the way.
There was no investigation. You said that twice, Twiz. What? That's not what Payne says, though. What are you referring to with that, Twiz? What
I just answered him.
That was part of the ISB docs.
I mean, the fact that they rewarded him with a better job for doing a bad job is an indication that that was always part of the deal, right? That's why my theory, I think, holds water. Is this had to be planned out beforehand?
He did a shitty job on purpose, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and the university was trash talking him, right? Questioning the job he was doing, but then they hire him anyways. Almost like they're questioning whether he was doing a good job was just a smokescreen, and it was always agreed.
Well,
you take care of the cover up, and you'll get this cushy job in as your payment from us.
Well, my understanding, Jesse, is that morning whenever all this happened, he got promoted that day.
Well, that's what I mean. They called him up out of nowhere to fill this spot that he never should have been in. So he's already like a duck out of water, out of place. He shouldn't be there. And it was like they handpicked a fall guy, and they sat him down and said, "This is what we're going to need you to do. This is what we'll offer you if you play ball with us." Who knows? He might have had his agent there, his shop steward or his union rep sitting in on the meeting. I'm just being facetious now, but I think that was the kind of deal that got cooked up, and that's why Payne was put in charge, and that's the payment. You get a cushy job at the university.
Well, and I said to you guys a long time ago, I said, what do you want to bet that when all this shit hits the fan to some extreme, because it didn't all hit the fan, but it has to some extent, that Payne's going to be the one thrown under the bus, one way or another, whether it's good or bad to him. I mean, basically, they did kind of, if you look at it one way, they did reward him for doing a good job at doing a bad job. If that makes any sense to you guys.
Yeah,
They
I agree with both of you and Jesse Dago as well. If you think about it, when he was on the stand, when he was asked, "Well, who told you to say this?" and he says, "Well, you guys did." That's doing a shitty job, yeah, especially as a witness in the court hearing.
Well, here's the thing. If you take an inexperienced cop and you tell him, we want you to do this, he's got to think of his career, right? He's like, well, man, I could get in trouble. I could, what if I get caught? I could get kicked off the police force. But if you tell him, no matter what happens, you've got this cushy job at the university.
Right.
That's the kind of thing that you're going to need to sell this guy on.
Yeah.
Because you're asking him to put his career at risk, right? And what better way to get a guy to risk his career by telling him he doesn't need that career anymore? We've got you covered with this other thing. Well, and not only that, the way it worked out, why would Brett Payne even want to get out of law enforcement? The lead investigator on one of the biggest homicide cases of all time that they'll be talking about forever.
Right.
I mean, that's a huge thing. I mean, you could be on media personnel. Look at like Mark Garagos and all these people that were tied to the OJ or the any of these big cases. They're all rolling in fame and fortune, and Payne kind of passed that up, probably just to keep the limelight off of him.
Yeah, I think he was a lead investigator in name only. And I've told you this before, Dago, that I believe that with you that Blaker was actually the lead investigator, and they gave the title of lead investigator to Brett Payne in name only.
It was just a face. It was not. I don't even think Blaker was the lead investigator. I think the FBI was. That's my opinion, and ISP truly. But I don't believe in. Twist says you're giving Payne too much credit. He was in on the fix long before, which makes sense. I just think that they had to have Moscow didn't investigate this, you guys. That's how I see it. They didn't do anything with this. What they did do was try really hard to not investigate it, in my opinion, to make it look like they're doing an investigation, but doing absolutely nothing. That's what their job was.
Yeah, they were drip fed information from the ISP and the FBI.
What pays more, the Moscow PD or the university?
University.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, for what they gave him, he's making a lot more there. And like I said, great job, Brett. You did an awesome job at doing nothing. Thank you. Here's your reward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it's come down to be, Cap.
But
you got to look at the
short term. It pays more, but I think if you look at it, you go out, extend it 5 or 10 years. The guy that was the lead detective on the biggest homicide case has a good chance to make sheriff, to get into politics. There's a pathway where you become extremely successful, and for Brett Payne not to pursue that almost indicates to me that there's that he just wants to lay low because he doesn't want people looking too closely at what he was doing.
See, I'd like to know what he's making now, because my understanding was that he was making more than he was making at MPD, and Twiz just said he was making fat cash at MPD. He was the second highest in the state for his position. See, that's crazy.
Yeah, if you see the other ones in his position for the university police are making $50K and he's making 90, $100K.
That's probably what the deal is. That's why I'd like to see exactly.
That's public. That should be public knowledge too. That should be a list.
I think it is. Yeah. And if it's not, that tells you another story too, in my opinion. So, just saying.
I was gonna say, sir, I haven't been in chat or anything the last couple of days. I've been busy packing.
Oh no apologies needed. Real life always comes first.
Yep.
Thought you guys didn't even have his name until December 19th of 2022, but I have a receipt here from 12/5/2022 that has his name listed as suspect. So when did you guys get his name? Did you get it on the 5th, before the 5th, after the 5th, on the 19th? Because the paperwork is kind of contradicting what you're saying. If you didn't have his name until 12/19, then how is Detective Talbot and everyone else in this thing, Moscow, everybody connected with all this paperwork and all this handoff and all of these things, but we have a piece of paper right here that says 12/5 Brian Koberger. Can someone explain that? I would love an explanation as to when exactly we got Brian Koberger's name, because I was under the assumption it wasn't until December 19th.
Maybe it was one of the students.
You guys did have his name. No?
What'd you say, Cap?
Maybe it's one of the students, like right after this happened, called in and had a grudge with him or something, and one of his students, I would say, and then called and say, "Yeah, you might want to check this guy out. He's acting really weird."
I actually think that's true. I think that could be possibly what helped with this. Is somebody that didn't like him for whatever reason over at WSU, made a phone call and or pushed this situation, maybe more than one. And that's how they really got onto him. That's truly something I've been thinking about lately. Somebody else brought that up a while back, and it really made sense to me. So it does make perfect sense.
Yeah, then you get the white Elantra pops up, and then boom, target, bullseye.
Now see, I saw something earlier today. It was a picture of the front of his Elantra, and he had a bug guard on the front of his Elantra.
Yeah, I think he got that for Christmas, or got that after he drove home for Christmas, Robert, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to verify it with you, Dago, because I consider you an expert.
Well, I'm not an expert by any means, but I've watched and looked through a lot of this. So,
did he replace the tires on that car? They were saying in the beginning. Like right after this happened, he went into the tire shop and replaced all 4 tires on the car.
You know what? I remember something about that, Cap. I can't remember 100% because it's been 3 years, but I remember hearing something about the tires. If anybody remembers that in the chat, please throw it out there because I can't remember for sure.
I don't know if that was alleged or that happened, or
It could be just alleged, but I know one thing, that they were trying to check those skid marks out in the road. Those had nothing to do with his car. Those were there long before this even happened, but they played it up like those belonged to the person that did this, which is insane to me.
Tires could act almost like a fingerprint.
Of
the
course.
little gouges and stuff, and you do an impression, and
yes,
and then you could match it to a car.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, I just didn't know if that was actually, because it wasn't in with the Amazon purchases and everything else. So I just wondered if that was actually true.
Yeah, that's a good question, Cap, actually, because I can't remember. But I know they tried to play it off like those tire marks in the road had something to do with this, because they did a whole thing about it. And I'm like, no, those were there long before this even happened. So lay off of that.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, that that the MPD officers were trying to claim that the tire tracks were from the night of the homicides, and apparently one of the college students told the MPD that they heard a car screeching away at 4:28 in the mornings, and so they tried to tie that into the homicides. And I agreed with you, Dago. It had nothing to do with it. There was old tracks.
Right. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has any document come out yet to actually show what they claimed was him purchasing the K-bar on Amazon and then that K-bar being missing?
No.
Because that was what flipped the needle for Andrea Burkhardt, apparently, and for a lot of people.
Quite a few. Yeah.
Quite a few people just flipped right on that news. And we still haven't seen that?
No, I even leaned back, Jesse. You remember when that came out? That was one thing that made me stutter a little bit. Real quick, Gen 7 says, I believe that was after his long drive home is what was reported. The tire marks in front was there before Brian even got there. Right. Thank you, Jen. But yeah, that's what made me lean back a little bit, was the sheath being purchased on Amazon, but there still has been no receipt handed over and shown.
Well, when I heard lawyer, what's his name, Andrew Myers, talking about them actually purchasing a knife and a sheath and showing it to the grand jury without any counsel for Brian Koberger, it made me wonder if they were just using sleight of hand, that they purchased it on Amazon, so that allows them to talk about this Amazon purchase of a sheath and knife when it wasn't really Brian, it was them, so that they could do a dirty trick and show it to the grand jury. And I mean, I don't know how that's that's so dishonest. The fact that they were showing
Dude.
the grand jury a knife that had nothing to do with the crime,
Dude, I
and
have
that they had no evidence of it having to do anything
right.
with the crime.
And Jesse, if you remember, I have argued up and down, left and right. I got pissed when I realized that they purchased. They purchased everything they claim Brian purchased, okay? And I'm standing here going, why? For what? If you have the sheath, what are you doing? What do you need all this for? And then that whole thing about, well, you can bring it in a plastic box and do this and do that and everything else. Then it comes out that they showed it to the grand jury.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't even have a medical examiner that will say conclusively that a K-bar was the actual weapon, right?
No.
I believe the statement says it could be consistent with, not that it is consistent with.
Yeah,
could be consistent with.
But Mabbitt said in the beginning that it came from a very large bladed knife.
Yeah.
That's not a K-bar, okay? That is not a K-bar, folks. We've seen K-bars. A K-bar is a little 7-inch minimal blade. It is not a large bladed knife, large bladed weapon at all, like Mabbitt said. But then they shut her up after that, so you got to wonder.
I mean, I think the entire case should be thrown out just based on what they did in the grand jury and the fact that they allowed Dylan and Bethany to lie in the grand jury and claim they were sleeping. Basically, everything that the grand jury heard was horseshit.
Everything to do with the grand jury. You got a victim's family member talking to multiple grand jury members. That's illegal. He's trying to go meet up with a possible witness. The lies that he had a family member of a victim admitting to spreading lies, to leaking information. Multiple things should have thrown this case out, and none of them have. Anybody explain that to me? How is that being overlooked? All of this stuff, you guys, every bit of this has been overlooked. Like, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it's no big deal. And then you have a judge that steps into the middle of something when they're trying to bring in possible alternate suspects and says, well, if they weren't driving the car, it doesn't matter. In layman's terms is what he said. Well, what the fuck? What right do you have as a judge to say that? That's not his place. But he did.
And especially he says, well, maybe your client shouldn't have left his DNA at the crime scene.
One of his all-time classics was DNA gives you probable cause every day and twice on Sunday. That was very grade school language from a judge that clearly doesn't have a solid understanding of touch DNA on a movable object.
Right. RJ said autopsies done in Spokane is the biggest red flag. Washington doesn't release autopsy details ever, not even to a victim's family. But I thought they had to send him to Spokane, RJ, because they didn't have anywhere else to send him. That was my understanding. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I understood.
That was my understanding too, because I heard that they had a partnership with Spokane.
They have a lot of partnerships within Washington. How big for sheath, Michelle? How big for what do you mean, Michelle? How big of a blade for that sheath? Is that what you're saying, or something else? I'm not sure. Regardless, though, one of the biggest things, that bothers me once I found this out after watching the body cam footage is I know now that I think it was maybe 15 after, maybe 20 after 12 that day. They get a phone call from Mabbitt saying she's there. She's ready to go in at any time. Okay, now we know in the report they didn't allow her to go in until somewhere between 7 and 9 o'clock that night. She was there at noon, a little after noon. I'll say 1 o'clock. I'll give her till 1, okay? But she was there at 1, ready to go, and they made her stage over on the other road, so on and so forth. And they went and completely destroyed the crime scene of this house, doing whatever the fuck they were doing in there. And then they allow the prosecutor, his assistant, and the other detectives to do a walkthrough of the house. That's not even legal based on Idaho. Oh, I keep saying Idaho law. I pulled it up. We read through it. That's not how they're supposed to do shit. And it's not just in Idaho. It's a kind of a protocol anywhere. But that's what they did. And nobody.
One more thing that seems clear recently with the latest document drops is that clearly there was a gun that both Dylan and Bethany were claiming to have seen and heard and witnessed something that appeared to them to be a gun. They mentioned guns several times. They describe a gun several times, and the police officers doing the interviews and the responding officers on the scene seem to be bending over backwards to convince them that it couldn't have been a gun. are you sure it wasn't a bow and arrow? And at one point, Dylan says, yeah, you know, one of the officers said it was probably a bow. And I'm just thinking to myself, what?
More. Right.
If you said that you saw a gun, the officer has no business telling you what you saw. You know what I mean? Why are the officers telling you what you saw? If you saw a gun, honey, you saw a gun. And let's also parse that with the Gonzalez family getting a call that morning before the 911 call. They say that it happened in the afternoon. I'm still skeptical about that. I'm clearly skeptical about everything that the Gonzalez said, because I do remember in the initial, me hearing it initially, it sounded like that happened very early, and there was a party and they all got shot up. And then you parse that with the fact that there's all this talk of a gun and sparks and, you know, fireworks and all these things that indicate that there was some shots fired at that house. It's too many things to be a coincidence.
Yeah, agreed. Norma says very early morning. And Michelle, to answer your question, I'm going to say between 8 to 9 inches. As far as if the blade's 7 inches to go into the sheath, like mine's not a K bar, but you have to have the excess of the leather, okay, to be a little bit longer than what the actual blade itself on the outside edges. So if the blade's 7, it's probably 8.5 inches. The sheath would maybe a little bit longer than that, in my opinion. Okay. I don't have one here. I have this thing, which is not the same, but just is an average. I'm going to tell you that's the only answer. And Twiz says then they're also told to lie. So yeah, 100%. That's all absolute, in my opinion. So, and we found so many lies, guys. So many lies. There's more lies than there are truth. Okay. And why? That's the question, is why.
I definitely think they were told not to talk about guns. That they were
sure
discouraged and told there was no guns involved.
But you have Gunderson. Was it Gunderson, Jesse, or I can't remember who it was, but they're giving orders out at the scene, like telling people to go look for
shell
casings and things like that. I mean, you're looking at these victims knowing they're stabbed, for one, okay? At least a couple of them. And they're saying, go check for shell casings, this, that, and everything else. So for some weird reason, they have to believe that there was a gun involved, but they're absolutely in denial about it. They will not tell you anything about it.
Yeah, especially with who was it? Christie's niece calling her and letting her know that at the party Friday night that somebody ran in with a gun and shot the place up and killed Kaylee.
Say again.
Christie's niece called her and said at the party they had Friday night, somebody had run in and shot the house up and shot and killed Kaylee.
I'm hold on, Robert. You have me lost for a minute. Go back and say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Christie's niece called her that morning.
Yeah, that's what Jesse was saying.
Yes, Christie's niece called her and told her that somebody ran into the house, shot it up, and shot and killed Kaylee.
That's what Jesse just said. Yeah, a few minutes ago. That's what he was talking about.
And there's been some discrepancy about how early that call was. And I remember when this was all going down, this was when the Gonzalez's were cozying up to the Drunk Turkey Show. And there was some episodes of the Drunk Turkey Show that a lot of episodes of Drunk Turkey Show that were problematic to the mainstream narrative were deleted off the channel. I noticed. I tried to go back and reference a bunch of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff that he's buried, Jesse. That's right. We were just talking about that the other day there, that you can't find now. Stuff that was talked about 3 years ago that's just gone.
All the description of the 911 call that was totally off and totally inaccurate.
Yeah, and a lot of his information came from family members. So, that's wild. Thank you, SRB. Now, real quick, FOIA and find out. Welcome again today. Where did it? I was trying to figure out what this says. It says, I literally have come into every creator's lives this week. Minimum custody queens and Kathy, that no matter what said creators yelling, passionate yelling, guess what? We are everyone on our side now, and those willing to join at any time, have turned the last page of book 1. Book 2 is going down faster than ever. If you know what I mean, know that I know and understand that 99.100% of the time when we unmute us or raise our voices, what it would never compare to how much further we can go, higher, louder, etc. I don't mean to raise my voice if that's what you're talking about. I just get worked up over things that irritate me. I really do, because I do have passion for this case, a lot of it, because I've been here from day one, and I hate what we're seeing. So if it upsets anybody that I got louder, I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to do it. I get worked up about things, and that's when I become the Italian guy. It all, just like the rest of the males in my family, they get louder. So my apologies if that upsets anybody. I don't mean to.
Yeah, me and a friend of mine, we were going through the ISP documents, the forensics ones, behind the scenes in my Discord, and we were tearing it apart. And he feels the same way I feel, the same way you feel. Everyone on panel feels that we've been lied to from day one, but we've been told that they were all asleep and they were stabbed in their sleep. And he said, then explain to me what this is what my friend said. He said, then explain to me why Madison Mogan's blood was found on the 3rd floor banister, and he said, and Kaylee's blood was found downstairs on the 2nd floor half wall. He goes, that, in my opinion, doesn't mean that they were asleep. It means that Kaylee walked in on Madison being killed, and then she was chased down the stairs.
Okay.
Because if you look at it, one of Dylan's interviews said that she heard Kaylee walk up the stairs, scream, "There's someone here," then come running back down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
And he said this is a clear and evident cover up of this case going on. He said they want you all in mind you, he's not a content creator like us. He actually works as a paralegal in a law firm, and he stated that he has never seen such a cover up in the case the entire 20 years he's been a paralegal. And he said he feels that they are making us chase our own tails when they know the truth and they're sitting on it. And there's an innocent man sitting in prison right now because they put him there to hide what was going on.
Well, yeah.
I mean, all you got to do is look at it and you can see what their game plan is, right?
Absolutely.
They've been slow dripping the truth out, slow enough that we forget about all their lies, right? Because if and I think this is what you were saying, Robert, is it Robert? Yeah, Robert. But I think if you take the lies and you extrapolate it out to now, if you view them from day one to now, they're outrageous, but they've slowly fed it to us over enough time that most people have short memories and they've forgotten what their original claims were, and they have trouble keeping track of it all. But if for those of us who have good memories and have really been paying attention, I mean, every aspect of this case has been a lie, and it's all changed. All the evidence they claim to have against Koberger, the phone pings on the house, he pinged to the tower 25 times.
Right.
All these things about the sleeping and the text messages and the evidence, all the things about his Koberger's phone and the Dateline and the Amazon Prime shows. I mean, it's all been debunked. All the evidence they said they had, they didn't have any of it.
Amen to that one. Amen to that one. That's back. There's nothing that we've had that, in my opinion, that we've gotten any real truth out of this case at all, and nothing that they've given us. Everything they've given us is, in my opinion, the exact opposite of what they're giving us. Okay, the truth is, at least I should say.
Well, even in the interview with Brett Payne and Bill Thompson and who else was it? Darren Gilbertson.
Yeah.
When they were asked the tough questions about multiple weapons, they pretty much admitted that, we didn't have any evidence. We don't know. It's possible. They basically admitted that there was multiple weapons, but just refused to comment on it.
Yeah.
They let the cat out of the bag. They said the quiet part out loud. because he'd already pled guilty. It was already a done deal. Now they're giving their interviews, and they told us they have nothing. There was never a case. They didn't ever have any evidence. And yeah, there was multiple weapons, and that begs the question, why? Why were you trying to paint a picture that these kids were just stabbed with a K-bar knife when you knew the whole time that they were, Lord knows what was done to them, but it went far beyond a K-bar knife.
Oh my God, yes, way beyond. I mean, guys, if you read into the autopsy, the version of the autopsy report they gave us, which was generic. Okay, we didn't get a true to life, in my opinion, autopsy report on these kids at all. And I call them kids because they're younger than me. I know they're not kids, they're adults, but you know what I'm saying. So there's things that were done here, folks, that are beyond what was explained in some aspects. They're talking about intracranial fracturing to Kaylee inside the skull. Just so much done, that her teeth were knocked out of her mouth, so on and so forth, this and that. Kaylee was horribly murdered, folks. It was disgusting. I've been to a lot of bad scenes. I've been to suicides. I've been to decapitations because of car accidents. I've been in all sorts of things. Reading what I've read with this, like, this was horrific, folks. This is one of the worst things I've ever heard, let alone ever seen, if I would have saw it. And I'm sure there was more to it than this in some aspect, and they didn't tell us everything, okay? It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So this is why I struggle so bad with one person doing this. It sounds to me like there was almost like, and I've said this before to you guys, some people disagree with me, and I truly, absolutely respect it. It's almost as though they were tortured for a period of time, okay? At least a few of them. The injuries that they had, that they withstood are horrifying. There was post-death injuries, things like that they were calling experimental and all that shit. It's like there was like 3 or 4 people that were just doing this nonstop to these people, and it's horrible. It's insane. Now, to get back to, I'm telling you guys, there was at least, in my opinion, at least 3 people. And if we were to go back to listen to Kim again, I know you guys don't want to hear it. All I'm telling you is that she relays that information 3 years ago to us and said that she believed there was at least 3 people inside and 1 outside, or maybe more. One person didn't do this. You're not going to ever make me believe this. You will never make me believe one person did this. I don't care what you think. I don't care what they try to show. Unless they have an absolute video of one person running around this house doing this, you'll never make me believe it. And if you think you will, you're stupid, because it's not going to happen. Just knowing especially in the amount of time they said that all of this happened, that's so much. Think about what was done to these kids. Each person, everything that had done to them. We got people that are carving on Ethan's legs. Trigger warning. Maddie had certain gouges in certain places around her breast area and cuts and slices. Ethan, the subclavicle and all this other stuff done. Kaylee's face was completely bashed in. The back of her head. In how long did they say this time? What's the time up to now, you guys?
I think 8 to 9 minutes.
8 to 9 minutes, you guys. Come on. And they didn't make, and they cleaned up. Why do you guys? Why do you? And I'm talking to you, Moscow. Why do you think we're that stupid? Would you believe it? Because I know you wouldn't. It's insane. It's just insane. This is why I get loud and passionate and upset, because we're not dumb people. If we were stupid, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this still. Cap said what he thought a long time ago, but he's still sitting here willing to have a conversation because it still don't make full sense. Okay? And we've been beyond this case for months now. But nobody can walk away from a conversation about this, because why? It don't make sense. None of it. And we've been lied to repeatedly. And everybody wants to know why. Why are you lying to us? Tell us that. Why are you lying to us? What good reason do you have to lie? That's the question I want an answer to.
Yeah, see, just like my friend said, he said they're doing this just to make us chase our own tails.
put this in perspective.
That's true.
Of the 4 roommates that were deceased, only one of them was just arrived that night, right? Wasn't even supposed to be there.
The day
That
before,
same
but yeah.
individual who wasn't supposed to be there and had just arrived, just bought a Range Rover and bought tickets to Europe. There's no fucking way that's a coincidence. I mean,
There are no coincidences, Jesse. They're all gone.
yeah,
They're washed. They're washed.
The bigger the lie, the more people
that
believe
should
it.
have to have something to do with this puzzle.
Right. And right. No, agreed. Cap, what'd you say, bud?
And if we look back, Steve G, remember when he was saying that Kaylee had $100,000 in the bank, and there was a lot of people talking about,
oh yeah,
you know, whether that. But now that you hear about the tickets to Europe and the Range Rover, the $100,000 in the bank sounds plausible.
Oh, of course.
I don't know.
Of course it does. Absolutely, I agree, Jesse. What'd you say, Cap?
But I mean, you don't have $100,000 in the bank just because you've been working for 6 months at a job that pays $3,000 a month. That's
not even close, guys. No, absolutely not. Sorry, I keep saying this.
I mean, the only way for Kaylee to get $100,000 in the bank is if she was involved in something highly questionable, like selling content online.
Yes, or other things.
Or hard goods.
That's a new thing in my mind, you guys. And I'll be honest with you, I hate to say this out loud. And again, I'm not victim shaming. People do what they have to do to get ahead in these days. If Kaylee was paying her own way, we've been told this already. Okay, she was doing everything on her own. She bought a brand new vehicle. She's paying her way through college. She's paying rent. She's paying bills. She's paying for a trip to Europe.
Partying like a trooper every night
when she can, and going to Texas too. So what if she was selling stuff? I mean, just flat out. If you get mad at me, I'm sorry, but you can't discount it, folks. What if she was selling stuff?
I mean, she had to be selling something. I mean, you just don't get all that money.
No, you don't. That's the problem that I've had with this for a long time. And for me to fall into that bracket and say that, it took a while, but it does make
something's going to come out, Dago, that people might find gross.
And that could be exactly what Daddy was talking about. I hate to be ignorant here, folks, but yeah, people's names are going to get drugged through the mud. These are word for word what he said. And some things are going to be said that people are going to think are gross. That could mean one of multiple things, but at one point, you're doing the same thing.
I don't think anybody thinks cocaine is gross. I wouldn't describe cocaine as gross.
Well, his wording for things, though, Jesse, is kind of odd sometimes. Some people would think that she's a gross person for doing that. Maybe that was just his terminology, but I do believe there was things going on.
I think gross, I think, refers to something sexual.
I know.
I think that's the most,
yeah. I agree with you.
Sensible.
It could have been a combination too, Jess. It could have been a combination thing.
Oh yeah, just because that was going on doesn't, if that's going on, cocaine's even more likely, right? I mean, the kind of people that get involved in one shady activity,
absolutely,
absolutely, get involved. And those kind of people don't often get babysitting jobs or want babysitting jobs. $100,000 in the bank, Europe tickets, Range Rover, multiple travel too. It wasn't like the Europe trip was a one-off, right? They'd been to Mexico, they've been to Texas.
Yeah,
I think she had a whole part of her Instagram page that was dedicated to travel.
100%. Yes, that's true.
And her parents, she didn't have rich parents paying for that stuff, right?
No, they weren't. And that's the other question I have. Why were they estranged at that point? Why were they not talking for a while? Why were they not mom and dad and daughter and why were they not together meeting face to face at that point?
Right turn Clyde says there's no proof she had $100,000, and I acknowledge that. I'm just saying it was a rumor, and with additional information, it's become more plausible. Well, I mean, it was more than just a rumor. I mean, her father actually said she had $100,000 in the bank. Did he not?
Yeah,
he said that. So I mean,
and it wasn't the only. He wasn't the only person that said it either. It was something that came out more than once. I mean, guys, look at her vehicle. Just she had an expensive taste in things, and she paid for everything herself. That was stated more than once. Okay, whether she was doing OnlyFans or sugar babies or dealing in other ways, none of this stuff is that far from.
Well, let's not pretend she's the only one. The latest statistics suggest that 10% of women 20 to 30 are doing that.
Right.
America.
I also just showed you guys last night, yesterday. I'm sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yesterday I showed you the bust that they just had, North Carolina, Texas, and all them things, where they're running a drug empire through these colleges, guys. The only thing that they're not doing is the distribution side to it. But everything else, they're running the numbers, the money, the selling of it. And all they got to do is get their source. That's it. I mean, it was busted. It's not like it's a big deal. This is a normal thing nowadays. This is how kids survive when they're in college and on their own. It's just different than what it was when we were there. That's the only thing. That's why it's hard for us to see it in some ways, I guess. Just saying.
I mean, Detective Lake talks about having keggers to pay his rent. Well, the new thing might just be OnlyFans or slinging grams of white powder. You know, that's 100%. The equivalent of keggers in the 70s.
It's not a big deal, guys. It doesn't make these people bad. They're doing what they have to do. I'm not attacking them for it. I'm sorry that what happened to them happened to them. It doesn't need to be what happened to them, but it did. You get involved in messy things happen. You know how that works out, you guys. It's insane. It is insane. So we got to be real, folks. We got to be real. We got to look at what's in front of our face and say, okay, yeah, you can't worry about hurting somebody's feelings. We feel bad for the victims and their families. Truly, we do, or we wouldn't be sitting here right now.
Yes, we do.
That's why we're here. Okay.
But you can't investigate a murder without looking for motive.
No, you can't.
And if you start ignoring motives, where does that leave you?
Nowhere, Jesse. That's it. It leaves us where we've been for 3 years. Nowhere. Because we all ignored because we didn't want to be disrespectful. But at some point, you got to step back and go, okay, I can't do it anymore. I have to tell you what I'm looking at.
I've been disrespectful for years, Diego.
Well, that's a different situation. You're not really trying to be disrespectful. You're trying to be upfront and honest, which is something we all have done in different ways. But at this point, we got to see it for what it is, and we got to call it out. These things are all possibilities. They could have been selling drugs. There are certain people that said they were. Okay, we've listened to interviews, and I'll go back to that interview because I've been asked to do it again. Not tonight, but we will. And he blatantly has asked, were they selling drugs out of that house? Absolutely. Were they buying drugs from that house? Absolutely. It's not a big thing, folks. It's not surprising. Oh my God, you can't say that. Why? Just because the rest of them are lying doesn't mean we have to. Because if you listen to every one of these interviews, I think it's like the number 2 or 3 question. Was there drugs? Were they doing drugs? Were they buying drugs? Were they selling drugs? In every damn interview. Why are you asking those questions right away? Because you know what was going on. Why is the DEA and the FBI on the ground? Because they know what was going on. Why was there a huge drug bust and pulled right in Washington like a couple months later? Because they knew what was going on. None of this is out of line, you guys. It's all right there.
I posed a question to my friend last night. I'm like, do you feel that one person can go into a house with 6 people and dispatch 4 of those 6 people in 8 to 9 minutes? And he said no. He said it would have to be at least maybe 2, 3, even 4 people dispatching 4 people in like less than 9 minutes. He said one person cannot kill 4 people in 9 minutes. He said the only way they could do that is if they were the Flash.
Oh, that doesn't exist in real life. So now if you put 3 people in a house, that's absolutely possible. Or 4, yes.
And the roommates have to be in on it because there's just no way. I don't care how many people. The roommates aren't going to be oblivious to what's going on.
No, and I'm not saying that you're absolutely right. I know that they knew, in my opinion. They knew what was going to happen. I think they were told, you shut your fucking mouth, you stay in your room, and you'll be fine. If not, it's going to happen to you too. That's exactly what I believe happened.
Oh, Dago, my friend subscribed to your channel yesterday too.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Let him know that. And again, excuse my language, you guys. I don't normally get this riled up about things, but I'm just tired of this.
No. He agrees with everything that you're saying. He agrees with everything that you're saying, what I'm saying, what Jesse's saying. He said it's time to rip the Band-Aid off of the Moscow, Idaho lies.
100%. And just go with it, folks. If it bleeds, it'll dry at some point, okay? It will, okay? But you got to be real. We got to be realistic. Okay, you can't sit on this shit anymore. They want to hide it. Let them do what they're doing. They've been doing it. That's fine. But I'm not going to hide it anymore. I'm not going to hide what I think. I'm not going to crawl around what I think on this. It's what it is. It's a very sad, horrible thing that happened. There's no doubt about that. But at some point, we got to be real, guys, and just stop playing games with it.
I remember the OJ thing. Tom Lang said that it took Detective Tom Lang. He said it took. They estimated it to be about 12 seconds.
Oh, for Nicole and
Ron.
Ron,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was dumbfounded. I was like 12 seconds. You know. I was
Well,
like,
if you're in a fury, a frenzy, sure. But to bounce around that house, chasing people, even
yeah. You're not going up and down stairs, and
you got people fighting you. I mean, come on.
Well, didn't it happen on the front steps too? So he didn't even have to enter the house, right?
it was just laid out for him. Yeah,
right there. It was right there. So it was a little bit easier. I agree with that.
And there is a lot of people that think that OJ's son might have been an accomplice.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
that's
if anybody's heard.
That's
if anybody's heard that, I've got a friend here in Thailand that grew up in Southern California, lived in the same neighborhood, and knew the families, and knew OJ in passing or whatever. And he said that he was in such poor physical shape at that point from all the football injuries that he didn't think he could actually do that by himself.
His agility.
Not physically capable. Like the guy could barely walk, let alone run. And
yeah, he wasn't the OJ you see running through the airport, jumping over suitcases anymore, guys. That was long gone. And that's why I thought when I saw that documentary, Jess, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're right. There was a documentary I saw that pointed directly at his son, and I'll be damned if it doesn't fit. Bad euphemism, but like a glove. Okay, it really fit, and I was like, I'll be damned. And that's where my focus on that case has been ever since I saw that, is that his son did it, period. And everybody's like, well, what motive would he have to do it, Joe? Think about it, you guys. Think about it. Okay? Why not? Look at the whole situation. If you know anything about that case, absolutely. Actually, in my opinion, Jason had more of a motive to do it than OJ did. If you go back and watch that documentary, go find that and watch it, and it tells everything, you guys. I was like, damn.
Do you remember about the dinner? He prepared this whole special dinner for them, and they never showed up.
Yep.
Jason, but
yeah, Jason.
I don't know.
It definitely makes the OJ case make more sense to me. First off, Jesse's 100% correct. OJ Simpson was not and that's what everybody has in their mind. When they looked at him, they believed that he was just like out on the field in a Raiders uniform, running the ball, doing what he did. That wasn't him anymore. His body was like a dummy, a punching dummy. It was all beat to shit. He couldn't run. Like Jesse said, he could barely walk. The agility,
CTE.
Yeah, CTE shit all that stuff, guys. That was not him anymore. There's no way he could have done that. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I know he was probably bigger than Ron was, but Ron was probably way faster than him and stronger than him in some aspects too. But Jason, different story. Jason could have probably done that with one hand with each of them. He was in good shape, guys. So if you go back and watch that, you'll see exactly why I think what I'm saying. In fact, maybe I'll show it to you one day, and then I can put it out.
My father actually fixed his Hertz car in the 70s.
Really?
Yeah, they had a car for him, and
right,
that he always drove. It was, my father said, it was an ugly brown LTD with like the brown interior, the big land yachts in the 70s, and two transporters were bringing it back because OJ was flying into JFK. So they bring it back because that's the only car he gets. He's the only one that drives that car. And they said, we need it fixed right away because OJ's going to be mad. But he says, you got brand new Lincolns here, everything. Give him something else. No, he wants that car, the brown LTD.
He liked the car, yeah.
Yeah, they sideswiped it. And they had to bring it into the shop, my father said. They're like, anything, just get it done. Get it done.
There you go. That's a big deal to me. I had Mike Tyson lived out here where I'm from, okay? And he drove around. You guys remember those little ugly ass Cadillac Cimarron? It looks like a Cavalier, the old school 85 Cavaliers, that little square body
yeah.
style. Okay, I mean, you know cars, Cap, so you know what I'm talking about. It doesn't look like a Cadillac. It looks like a Chevy Cavalier from the 80s.
Right. Yeah.
Big ass Mike Tyson would cram his ass into that little car, and that's what he drove around town when he was out here. So some people just have that their thing. They like it. Plus, it was less conspicuous. People wouldn't notice him in it. Watching him getting out of it was hilarious, though.
You know,
Yeah.
unless
OJ had a Testarossa in his garage covered up. He never drove a red
That's what I
Testarossa.
mean. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know Tyson had a couple Cadillacs. I think he had a Ferrari, guys, that we saw him in one time out here too. But when he went driving to the store to do this, to do that, he drove that tiny little Cadillac Cimarron around. It was ridiculous. So
look at Christian Bale. Christian Bale owns, I believe it's either an 70s or 80s model Dodge, and that's his car. That's the only car he owns. He said because it's a more reliable car, and he doesn't like the fancy cars, so he drives the older model 80s model cars.
because you can work on those. You can still work on those.
He said he's had that truck for about 20 years. And
I would do the same thing if I had the option. I'd rather go with an old steel body truck rather than this fiberglass bullshit that I have. You know what I mean? Just saying. That's my opinion. But is it a Cimarron or a Catera cap? Those little ones that look like Cavaliers.
Yeah, Cimarron. Yeah.
It's a Cadillac Cimarron. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a Cadillac's biggest mistake.
It was a joke. Yeah, it was a Cadillac on a chassis for a Cavalier, folks, and it looked like a Cavalier. It just had a Cadillac emblem on the front. It was the ugliest thing I ever saw. So
It's like the Lincoln they made out of a Granada.
yeah, that was their little 4-cylinder, not flashy car, I guess, but he drove one around town all over. It was a stick too, so imagine him moving around inside there. You can hear him shifting it. Anyway, so like I said, guys, all these points are true to fact, and again. Supposed to be having, if everything works out, Lee from Devil's Advocate's going to be joining me Monday around 1. I'm going to try to come back in here in just a little bit, you guys. I'm going to try something I haven't done in a while. So if you're around and you're bored, join me. If not, I understand. I will be back tomorrow. Back into I can't tell you what, but we'll be back here tomorrow for sure. For those of you that won't be here tonight, if I make it. Anybody else have anything to add before we get out of here? Mr. Schuler, Mr. Captain Jenks, it's great to have you back up here, brother. We've missed you a lot. And Robert, anything at all?
Thank you.
I think I've said enough.
How was your Thanksgiving, Dago?
Oh, it was good. It was very good. I'm really, really, really tired of Thanksgiving food already. We had so much leftovers. That's all I've eaten, guys. Morning, noon, and night. It was good, but I'm done with it.
I made turkey and I made duck for Thanksgiving.
Duck.
Nice.
Yeah.
Turducken.
Turducken. Did you have a chicken stuffed in there somewhere too?
No, it was just my mother-in-law brought over a roast duck that she had made. I made like a 15-pound turkey, and I told her I said we could have went the turducken way, and she goes, that's too expensive.
I couldn't do it, guys. I just couldn't do that. Duck, I get it. I've had it. It's not bad. It's a little greasy for me, but it's still pretty tasty if you do it right. If you roast it.
And then I made for my 10-year-old. She loves green bean casserole, so I made green bean casserole for her, and well, not just for her, but for us, all of us. There was like 10 people in the house that day, but I managed to make like two. I made 2 green bean casseroles, but I kept one in the oven, just in case we ran out. And she walks up to Devin and looks in, and she goes, "Daddy, you're hiding green bean casserole from me."
At least she likes the green beans. That's a good thing, bud. That's a good thing.
You know, she also likes the fried onions that I put on top of the green bean casserole. She said that's her favorite part is the fried onions.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Duck jerky. I've had that before, Mike. It's not bad. Turkey jerky is pretty good too if it's done right. I like jerky in general.
I've had deer jerky.
Oh God, yeah, that's good stuff. Absolute good stuff. I wanted to say real quick, by the way, guys, if you know anybody that might be interested in what we do over here at the cafe, we are sitting at 10,985 subscribers right now. I'd really love to hit that 11,000, folks, if we can do it. And I want to do it organically, as I've always tried to do. So if you know anybody that might be interested in what we do, bring them on by. We got plenty of room. The mods just said they got new pots. We can jump new members into the sauce, get everybody in, more meatballs. All we got to do, but have them come over and check out what we do and see if they'd be interested in subscribing, because I'd love to hit that 11,000, guys. I've been pushing for that for a long time.
Yeah, I've got good news. I've got good news, Dago. I'm 500 away from 6,000.
That's awesome, dude. Very, very awesome. Congratulations. I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job over there, Robert. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I want to thank my moderators for everything they do, as always. Amazing stuff. I couldn't do it without them, Jesse. It's great to see you up here. The rare occasions we get to get you up here. I know you're busy this time of year, always. And I absolutely understand.
My ears perked up like Scooby-Doo when I heard you start talking about.
Well, coming this week.
Charlie Kirk.
Yes, I'll be emailing you. We're going to be hitting up on the Charlie Kirk stuff way deeper and a lot more of it. So that's coming up this coming week. I can't wait to get into that as well, because there's so much to talk about. So I'll be sending you an email on that, my friend. Again, Captain Jenks, it's wonderful to have you back, brother. We've all missed you. We've been looking for you for a while. I'm glad to know you're okay. That's important. And hopefully we'll see you up here more. And of course, Robert, I always appreciate your input and you joining us as well, my friend. So,
well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you for having me, brother.
Every time, anytime, you guys. And everybody in the chat, you guys know I love each and every one of you. I appreciate you all so very much. Guys, please make sure to drop Robert's link. Please drop Jesse's link in here as well, as I always try to do, even though he says don't worry about it. I still want to do that. And Christie's Chaos, drop her link in here as well. I'm just trying to help these people as much as we can, because they definitely deserve it. They do a lot of great things. So everybody in chat, hopefully I'll see you here a little bit later. If not, I will see you tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much for doing what you do, for being here. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And don't forget, guys, to know your own worth. That's so very important to me.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Captain Jax. Good night, Robert. And good night to the chat.
All right.
Good night, Jesse. Good night. It's first time meeting you, Captain Jenks.
It's great to meet you. Great to meet you. Thank you.
You gentlemen have a wonderful night. Thank you. There you go with the links, guys. Typically Unique, another amazing channel. Please make sure to subscribe there. Christie's Chaos, absolutely. Jesse Schul, absolutely. True Crime Unleashed, thank you so much. You mods are amazing. And thank you to anybody that chose to support our channel, whether it be super chats, super stickers, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, whatever you guys are doing. It's never, ever expected, but always, always appreciated, you guys, because that's what keeps this channel going. Nothing but love for all of you, and I will see you all very, very soon. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet until the next one. Until the next The coffee's cold.